to everybody for joining us tonight. If you're new to this space, what we do here is cover the news. We use a lot of mainstream media sources, but in addition to that, we try to accent it heavily through the use of open source information, a lot of it collected from great accounts right here on Twitter. We also like to share tools and techniques for analyzing open source material, so that whether you're new to the kind of analysis or whether you've been at it for quite a while, hopefully you can still find some tricks, and we can all bring our skills up together. We also like fairly regularly to highlight the good work that those among us are doing. Sometimes we have people on as guests to discuss their projects. And in that way, we hope that people find some common interests and they can build a bit of collaboration. This space relies pretty heavily on the use of the nest, which is the area at the top of the Spaces window where links to individual tweets can be posted. The reason that we rely on this is so that you don't have to take my word for the items that I'm presenting tonight. I try to provide sources for just about everything that I'm going to speak to. To that end, if you were to scroll all the way to the far right-hand side of the nest, you'll see the first item. It's tonight's invitation, but if you were to click on it, it would open up the thread, and down thread is the agenda, which has all of the speaking notes, all of the links to sources that I'll be putting up as we go along. In that way, if you look ahead at what we're going to cover, if anything catches your interest and you develop a question or a comment, when we get to that point in the conversation, please feel free to come up and contribute. You can do that by requesting the microphone. It's the button in the bottom left-hand corner of the Spaces window. And we do like to have as many people in the conversation as possible. So as we go along, if you're enjoying our discussion, please do consider retweeting it so that more people find out about us. And you can do that with the button in the bottom right-hand corner of the Spaces window. So there's a fair bit to get through tonight. A few of our friends may be coming up to chat about work that they've done. We don't have a focused guest or an interview, which is probably good because there is so much news, but we'll work our way through it. However, I'll just repeat that as I go along, I'm happy to generate some conversation because it's pretty common that people bring up interesting points, direct us to great resources that we're not familiar with. And I find that adds a lot of value to the whole audience. So I'm going to start from the right-hand side of the nest. If you scroll all the way to the right, as I mentioned, that first tweet is just the invitation to tonight's space. But again, the agenda is down thread. The second item from the right is the invitation to our next conversation. I try to hold these spaces every Thursday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time and Sundays at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. This coming Sunday, we actually won't have a space because I'll be off on vacation, and we figured the whole team that supports me deserves a break. But we will resume next Thursday, so a week tonight, August 3rd. And in that way, you can set your reminder. The third item from the right is a link to the YouTube live stream. So friends of ours have been kind enough to stream almost all of our discussions to their YouTube channel. I'd always encourage you to join us here on Twitter, because on Twitter you can participate in the conversation. But if you ever missed a discussion and need to catch up on it after the fact, or if we've covered something that interested you and you'd like to go back and refresh yourself, do check out that YouTube account, and you can find the recordings of the live streams there. The fourth item from the right is our community calendar. We set this up because there are several hosts who are friends of ours who hold spaces, Tochny, and there are some Iranian spaces. And we set it up to coordinate, and also because the spaces search feature is not very good, it wouldn't always return results. We thought if we had it for our internal purposes that we would also add outside events to it. And so when we come across interesting talks, whether they're related to the war in Ukraine or they're related to sort of open source analysis topics, then we'll put them on. If the event is upcoming, well, first of all, if you were to click that link, it's the teamup.com link at the top of the tweet. It will open in a browser. And if you were to click on an entry in the calendar, if it's coming up, there's usually a registration link. And if it's an event that's already been held, usually there's a recording. This evening, I've included the podcasts in that same tweet along with the calendar. Because we have so much to run through, I won't, sometimes I break the items out to the nest so that you can see them individually. But I'll just speak to them tonight. But again, I am working on the fourth item from the right under calendar and podcasts. And so to quickly highlight those items, there is the brand new episode of War on the Rocks. It's hosted by Michael Kaufman. He's speaking with Aaron Stein, who is the Chief Content Officer at War on the Rocks, and they're discussing the current course of the war. And in particular, so there was breaking news today about some Ukrainian successes, advances. I believe this was recorded just yesterday. And so at that point, we had news of apparent commitment of some additional forces. He's referring here to the 10th Corps. But it will certainly set the tone for the thinking that led to today's successes. There's also a new episode of Geopolitics Decanted, hosted by Dmitry Alperovich, and he had a conversation with some folks about how drones are changing the nature of warfare in Ukraine. In this, we often have conversations about these subjects with our friend Sam Bendet. In this case, he spoke with a couple of other experts, but it's obviously a topic that's near to our hearts. The third item down there, there was a Bellingcat stage talk today, and the subject of this talk was mental well-being and open source analysis. We've highlighted this issue from time to time, particularly those who are looking at a lot of video footage, whether it's combat or potential war crimes. It can really take a toll. And so Bellingcat occasionally has held talks on this subject. There should be a recording on their Discord of that latest conversation. There was also a talk hosted by the Jamestown Foundation. I believe in my tweet, I had put it under the heading, Demystifying Russia's Tactical Nukes. And the Jamestown Foundation hosted it. And they had several interesting guests, including General Ben Hodges, who is obviously very active here on Twitter and a great supporter of Ukraine. So I'm sure that was a great talk. I believe it was held yesterday, but I haven't had a chance to listen to the recording yet. There is also, I believe it was just today, under the heading Conversation with 2022 Nobel Peace Prize laureates. And that was a conversation hosted, I think it was this morning, by the Carnegie Endowment. And of course, the Peace Prize laureates included winners from Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus. And this was apparently their first opportunity to all be physically on stage together for a talk. Speaking of drones in Ukraine, which I mentioned in the Geopolitics Decanted podcast, there's an upcoming Twitter space being hosted by our friend Sam Bendet, who makes a specialty of his. Sam has come to chat with us a couple of times, and he is hosting his own conversations every couple of weeks now, which is great. So next Wednesday, August 2nd, he'll be having a conversation. And he will have the skilled co-hosting assistance of our own Exit 266. And he'll be speaking with his guest and colleague, Michael Kaufman, who obviously is a leading expert and was kind enough to chat with us a few weeks ago as well. Finally, there was an episode of the podcast Midrats, which is hosted by Commander Salamander. And their talk this week was on threats to shipping everywhere from the Black Sea to the Arabian Sea. And as his guests, he included John Conrad and Law of the Sea. And John is kind enough to drop in and chat with us from time to time. So I'm sure that was a great conversation they had as well. So lots of podcasts coming up in the last couple of days. And just by way of reminder, I run through these resources at the beginning of the space to allow time for the crowd to build up, with the knowledge that the people who show up early on are usually the most interested in some of these resources and tools. I'll run through the resources for perhaps another 10 minutes, and then we'll get into the updates from the day. So I'll move on to chatting about some resources that have come up in the last few days. I'm now working on the fourth tweet from the left, so it's titled Resources. There were a few tools that were highlighted in the last few days. The first item I have here is an article from Ars Technica, and I bring this up because we have discussed the use of AI-generated imagery and the ways that it can be used deceptively, whether for deep fakes or the like. And we've also talked about tools people have tried to work on to detect AI-generated imagery, but we've talked about the fact that the accuracy of those tools doesn't seem particularly high yet. Along that same line, this article from Ars Technica notes that OpenAI, which has one of the most popular AI tools, they had a separate tool that was intended to detect text written by other AI systems. Interestingly, they just made the decision to take that detection tool down because they didn't think they had a high enough accuracy rate. And I think that this is maybe speaking to a broader trend with some of those AI tools, that it can be very difficult to detect, uniquely what is AI generated. And I suspect that is a problem with imagery as well. Okay. Sorry, just taking care of admin stuff for a second. Okay, so continuing to work on that tweet entitled Resources, fourth from the left, there's a new tool that was released by Bellingcat just in the last few days, and it's a name variance tool. And so there are lots of apps you can use where if you have a username and you want to check whether that username is in use on, a couple of dozen platforms at the same time, in an effort to try to hunt down, alternate accounts or see what kind of communities a subject is active in. That tool was actually suggested, I think, in our conversation on Sunday, where the creator of that tool noted that, for example, the former Russian submarine commander who was killed recently was using the Strava app, and if you knew his username on a couple of accounts, you could then punch it in and then potentially uncover his Strava account and therefore get his real-time info. This Bellingcat tool is a variant on that. So instead of having to rely just on the one username, it will generate several variants, and it will sort of search for those variants on or allow you to search for those variants on multiple platforms as well. The third item down there is a walkthrough that was put together for the tool called SunCalc, which is an OSINT tool that allows you to look at sun positioning in any place in the world, and see what the corresponding date and time of day would be for that angle of the sun, which can be very helpful in trying to pin down timing based on shadows. And I've used it a few times myself. It's freely available online, and it works well for its purpose. So if you'd like a walkthrough, there you have it. Another tool that was identified in the last couple of days, it's in this tweet called Resources. It's under the heading Map Switcher, and it's a tweet by Christian Tribert, who's the head of the New York Times Visual Investigations team. And Map Switcher is a Chrome extension, and what it allows you to do is for many of the major mapping apps, pieces of software that you would have open in your browser, usually the latitude and longitude will be included in the URL, for the position that you're looking at. And what this Map Switcher does is allow you to take the latitude and longitude, that you're looking at in one app and then immediately open the same in another of the major mapping services, which is, pretty handy if you want to be switching between Bing Maps, Google Earth, Google Maps, and many others. So I suspect this might save some of you quite a bit of time. Final point for this block, there are a few more resources after this, but I do like to occasionally highlight job opportunities. And so the last item here, it's under the heading Sudan Analyst Job, and it's a tweet by Alex St. Leger, and he works for the Center for Advanced Defense Studies. There are a couple of great OSINT folks over there. Occasionally we'll use the material produced by Jack Margolin on Wagner, and they're hiring. So one of the requirements for that job is Arabic skills, but which obviously they're rare. But if it's a skill set that you have and you're interested in OSINT work focused in this region of the world, this might be an opportunity for you. So next set of resources. This is the fifth item from the left up in the nest. The first phrase of which is flight tracking challenges. That links to an article from The Aviationist. On Sunday night, we highlighted a few of these issues, but there are some more details available now. And this article discusses efforts by the U.S. military in order to try to make it more difficult to track their flights. And it's everything from taking markings off some of their larger aircraft, whether that be tankers or some of their cargo aircraft. It goes down to limiting it even so that generally it's a very faint rondelle and just a serial number on the plane. In some applications, they use livery that is either plain white or looks like a commercial livery. In addition to that, certain elements of the U.S. military have developed tactics and techniques in order to obscure their data, whether that's through ADSB or otherwise, in more detail, including buying some hardware that can allow them to sort of circumvent some of the tracking systems. I presume that's a reference to hardware that permits some ADSB spoofing. And so, I guess the U.S. military is getting wise to the ability that the ability of OSINT trackers is increasing, and there are some cases where they'd like to, remain anonymous, and so they're increasing their abilities in that field. The second item here from resources was just an interesting story. There was a new or more recently popular satellite imagery service called Umbra, and one of their senior principal executives goes by the account Mouth of Morrison and is very active in OSINT here on Twitter. And he put up a post the other day essentially saying, reply to this post with the target that you would most like us to task a satellite pass of, and we'll image it for you for free, and we'll put it up. And we'll do it based on likes. The most liked target is what we'll image. And so the link here is to the tweet by Stefan Watkins, who's a friend of ours, a flight tracker, who came to speak with us as a guest a few weeks ago. And it was actually his suggestion that won the contest. And he had imaged a former base where the U.S. maintained nuclear weapons, but it's actually in the Canadian North. And it's believed there may be some low-grade nuclear waste and storage there. He was curious about it, and so that's the point that was imaged. So that's a cool contest run by Umbra and Mouth of Morrison. And it's nice to see a friend of ours, Stefan Watkins' suggestion win. And I do think Mouth of Morrison had said he'll probably run those types of contests more regularly in the future, so keep an eye on his account. Two items that there are opportunities. They may have commercial elements to them. These are ones that they came to my attention. I'm not 100% familiar with these organizations, but they look like intriguing opportunities. So in that, again, I'm in the fifth item from the right in the net, or excuse me, the fifth item from the left in the nest under starts with the phrase flight tracking challenges. And so I'm now under the tweet for left of launch drone ideas. And perhaps I'll break these out to the front of the nest so you can see them a bit better. But this was a tweet from a new group called the 2430 group that apparently does corporate security. And they were highlighting, advertising that they're running a contest. That contest is to generate ideas in order to interdict or suppress drones, particularly prior to launch, so left of launch. However, that, whatever form that might take, whether that's cyber operations, whether it might be detecting electronic signatures, in a regular spot in order to prevent future launches, in the same location on, similar frequencies. The whole point, I guess, is to be creative. And the idea is they're going to take the 10 best ideas for how to suppress drones and sort of make them public. And then the winner they'll award $5,000 to. Now, obviously, a caution that if you come up with a great idea to prevent drone use or suppress drone use, it may be worth more than $5,000. But if the idea of coming up with an option and just tossing it in because it's not something that you can pursue on your own, you might find it an interesting contest. The last point in this block is some upcoming OSINT training, and that's a tweet by Justin Charters that you'll see. And he's holding training, I believe that it's next week. He has set out the curriculum for the training here. He suggested if you wanted details to DM him. I was curious to see what it would be like. I've seen Justin's work highlighted for the last year or two. In DMing with him, he mentioned he's been running his company since 2014. He'll be holding the training next Friday and Saturday. So I believe that would be, let me just look at my calendar. That would be August 4th and 5th. And he mentioned that it's going to be 5 hours per day. And the cost of the training is $600 for the 2 sessions. But he also offers a significant discount for students, for those who are sort of switching careers and may have been out of work. Or if you live outside of North America and Europe, he's will adjust pricing on that basis. There's one more block on resources. So this is now the 7th item from the left. It starts with CIR Telegram channel. So quickly, this is that the Center for Information Resilience, which does great work. It's run by Benjamin Strick, and they've just launched a Telegram channel. So if you're on Telegram and you want to follow their developments, check out their new account. On other social media news, there was an announcement from Mikhailo Fedorov, who's the Minister of Digital Innovation in Ukraine, noting that WhatsApp has now been enabled in Ukraine. And I highlight this for some among us who track social media platforms closely. We have some friends who do automated work on Telegram and the like. And now that there's a new channel, WhatsApp, I wanted to highlight it for those thoughtful among us who track these things and might find ways to either search WhatsApp groups or to try to form their own, with contacts in Ukraine. It just opens up one more opportunity, both for search and for communication. The two last items, I like to highlight when our community has questions that they would like help with. And so there's a question from our friend Cameron, who has been doing research into the manufacturing of artillery, including trying to get estimates of manufacturing rates. he's asked the question, and you'll see that I've put it in that tweet under the phrase automotive forgings and artillery shells. And he is curious to have anybody who works with automotive or industrial forgings to reach out to discuss how those machines could be used to make metal parts or full bodies for artillery shells. And so if you work in that field or know somebody who does, perhaps you could send them Cameron's way. And he's very good about taking what he discovers and putting it into threads and out into the community. As a final point from resources, again, community questions I like to highlight. So our friend Colby put out the question, it's in that tweet under the phrase Gulf states military procurement. So Colby put out the question, does anybody have any recommendations for accounts that cover the defense beat in the Gulf states, particularly Bahrain, and with an emphasis on procurement? And so he's only gotten one or two responses. I have one or two accounts that I might suggest to him. I haven't gotten around to it yet, but I thought I would put it out to the whole audience in case you guys can think of any, help Colby out. Okay. I'll go into a last section on some good examples of OSINT work from the last few days. Hopefully I'll run through this in maybe 5 minutes, then we'll get to updates. I'm now working on the third item from the left in the nest, starting with examples. So many of you would be familiar with the account here on Twitter run by Cossack Gundy, who is he is from Britain, but I understand that he married a Ukrainian woman and had been living in Ukraine for several years before joining the military there. And you'll remember his name is Aiden, that he was captured by the Russians. And, they had him, he was treated poorly in captivity. They had him create, propaganda videos for them during his captivity. He was released a few months ago. And interestingly, he's now been putting up tweets in the last few days, identifying locations and personnel where he was held, locations where he was held, and personnel who were involved in his captivity and mistreatment. And in some of his tweets in the last day or two, he's explained that he had seen some training on geolocation from Bellingcat prior to his captivity, and that while he was held, he tried to memorize features of locations and these personnel so that he could identify them after the fact. And I suppose he wanted to take a while to recover and deal with other matters, but now he's been naming names and locations. And so I think that's a great example of somebody determined and having, sort of personal fuel to undertake some OSINT work. Another great example is the work of M.T. Anderson. So if you look in this tweet under weekly grain theft snapshots, M.T. Anderson has been following via satellite imagery many cargo ships that have been involved in the theft of Ukrainian grain, but he's been presenting it on an ad hoc basis. So just as he identified the ships individually, and he's decided to switch just because the scale at which it's occurring is so great. He doesn't want to do it on a one-off basis anymore. Instead, he's going to be doing a weekly summary. And so I'm highlighting both pay attention to his account for that weekly summary, and because it's a continuation of his already great work, I wanted to highlight it and suggest that you give him a follow. The third item down under the text Russian filtration system is another friend of ours, Velvet Blade, who has been building his own map of Russian filtration sites and where people are being sent to. And he believes that his map is actually more detailed than is the Office of the DNI, Director of National Intelligence in the United States. And so I wanted to encourage Velvet Blade in continuing with that. And if the Russian filtration system is of interest to you, check out his map. If you can contribute to it, reach out to Velvet Blade. The last item in this tweet, it is under the heading Frontline from Space. And what I'm going to do is break this to the front of the nest. And we had discussed the other day, I think it was about a week ago, satellite imagery, a little more up close than this picture, that showed the fields that are unharvested, that are, and in fact, weren't cultivated at all this year because of the risk, both from fighting and from unexploded ordnance. And it has definitely become apparent. And now that swath is so big that you can actually see it on satellite imagery from space. And you can trace the whole front line, including the gray of the recently dried out riverbed of the Kakova Reservoir. And then just past the reservoir, you can start to see this green belt develop that runs all the way along the front through Zaporizhia and then through the Donbass, Donetsk and Luhansk, right to the Russian border. And so it's pretty amazing, the degree of change that you can see from space. As a final set of material on resources from the last few days, I'm looking at the fifth item from the left. It starts with the phrase whitewashing Xinjiang. And that's a link to a tweet by Chris Osiek, who he does work on the Bellingcat Discord server. And he and the team have done some work identifying disinformation put out by the Chinese Communist Party about their activities in the Xinjiang region. And that research has gotten so advanced that they've actually managed to get it published in a journal that focuses on this kind of work. And apparently this is the first bit of research coming out of the Bellingcat Discord server that has been published. So I thought it would be cool to highlight it. In that same tweet, there's a link to a tweet from Shashank Joshi. He's the defense editor at The Economist, and he has written about possible Taiwan invasion indicators. And I think it's worthwhile discussing these sorts of indicators. You'll see the first links to his article in The Economist about what war mobilization might look like. But then down thread in that thread, the second tweet links to another article about what kind of economic indicators might there be that would signal China's intent to go to war. And this is the sort of thing that's helpful to people who are watchers, because it lets you know what kind of variables should you be keeping your eyes on. The last two items in terms of good examples, in that same tweet, you'll see that there's the tweet about the Krasnopoliana strike, and this is from our friend Radio and Nukes. I'll put this up individually in the front of the nest. And they detected a strike on an unknown location. They're not sure what the targeting was. This was just on Tuesday that they discovered it. And I don't know if they found out what the strike was against, but it was good work because I hadn't seen any other coverage of this strike against this location. So if you're into the imagery analysis, or you've been very closely following what Ukraine strikes are hitting, you may know what this site was, and if so, reach out to Radio and Nukes. Finally, as a good example, also from Radio, is, again, I'll put this up in the front of the nest. This was based on a report that Russia had been deploying additional antenna on the roof of its embassy in Moldova. And there was some uncertainty about what those antennae may be for. Usually those are for local electronic intercepts or communication to satellites. But the question was asked, could these be because of the proximity of the embassy to the border with Ukraine, could some of these electronic systems be used to try to detect emissions from Western Ukraine? And Radio and Nukes use this service called Cambridge Pixel that can look for, based on the terrain, at what distance could electronic signals be detected by antennas at this location. So he's mapped it out, which is really interesting. And his conclusion is that it could only detect as far across the Ukrainian border if it was set extremely high. And so it's probably, they look more like they're just used for general satellite communication, probably not for ISR into Ukraine. But it's an interesting application of this tool from Cambridge Pixel. Okay, so that was to run through all the resources. Thanks for bearing with me. I'm going to move on to updates, and we'll start with some updates on the offensive. I'll just put this material up in the nest, and just a reminder that, so this first item I'll put up is a link to a collection of the best mappers who are putting their material out here on Twitter. When I cover material connected with the offensive, it's usually at the summary level, or it's about sort of narratives about what's likely to happen next. It complements, but it can't replace tracking specifically what's happening on the ground. And so we have several friends of ours who do great mapping work. Included in this list of maps are those prepared by the Institute for the Study of War, War Mapper, Andrew Perpetua, DEFMON, Project Owl, Poulet Volant, Deep State, GeoConfirmed, and then I also include a link to the most recent weather updates from our friend David Helms. And I'll just remind you that some of these maps, they cover different aspects. They have different sources, so they may differ a little bit. And if you wanted an example where changes in the maps are actually walked through, do check out the YouTube streams from Andrew Perpetua, which he holds on Tuesday nights at 8 p.m. Normally. I think this week he wasn't able to make his Tuesday night stream. And then on Friday afternoons at, I believe, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And he live streams his map. He, screen shares so he can be moving the map around and speaking to all of the little details. Okay. In terms of more of the summary and overview of what's happening in the offensive, I'm just putting up the materials for my first block now. So just bear with me a moment, please. And just a reminder that if any of these points that I raise inspire any comments or questions, please do feel free to come up and contribute. You can always do that by requesting the mic through the button in the bottom left corner of the window. So I'm going to start with, it's a tweet in the nest, first on the left. It's from War in the Future, General Mick Ryan. And he has shared a gift article of a New York Times article that came out yesterday. And it argued that the U.S. is saying the main thrust of the Ukrainian counteroffensive has begun. And that caught a lot of attention. And that was based on some discussion about the some forces that were moved up to the front. And there was some debate about whether this was the committing of reserves, whether this was the push for the main thrust. And the way I've laid these blocks out is these first sets of material are several articles that were all published in the last day that took the opinion that this is the primary push that's begun. And they all took slightly different tacks. So I thought I would highlight those. But then you'll see in the next block that there was a little bit of pushback on that idea and some skepticism, particularly from analysts who do good work here on Twitter. So we'll get to those in just a minute. But the first item to consider that sort of kicked off this debate was that article from the New York Times that suggested the main thrust is underway. The second item in the nest draws one highlight from that New York Times article. It's a tweet from Shashank Joshi, and he pulled out the quote that says, Ukraine sensed an opportunity with the sacking of the regional Russian commander, Major General Ivan Popov, and it was an opportunity to exploit turmoil in the local Russian leadership, and that the Russians are stretched. And so we did cover the turmoil in Russian leadership in our last two conversations, including the criticisms of Popov that led to his removal. So it's, if true, it would be pretty interesting if that's what inspired the Ukrainians, and that it simply took them about a week to make final preparations to commit more of their forces. The third item back in the nest, also from Shashank Joshi, links to a Politico article that notes that Ukraine is sending fresh troops to the battlefield. So it's not saying, as the New York Times did, that this is the main thrust of the Ukrainian offensive, but simply that they're committing more to the front, which I think was a more neutral way to analyze the situation. The fourth item from the nest, the fourth item from the left in the nest, is the Financial Times coverage of the same, which is to say that Ukraine has now switched to artillery power to back its eastern push. And it, instead of relying on statements from U.S. Sources, it spoke directly to some commanders, including they name Sultan, the commander of the 78th Regiment, who is near the front line in Zaporizhia. And he confirmed that, yes, reserves are quietly being committed along the front line. So it certainly seemed like something was afoot. It's just not clear whether it is the main thrust, as the New York Times suggested. The last item in this block is a line pulled out from a related New York Times article, which is that U.S. officials seem to be suggesting that with this push, this is now the big test for Ukraine to see whether they can break through. Which, whether you believe that analysis, that this is now the primary Ukrainian push, is relevant in, sort of how much pressure you put on the success of
John Michael, I think you have a mic problem.
While Michael readjusts his mic, let me just remind people in the space that if you are interested in growing the number of people in the space or taking part in the space, please feel free to tweet the space out using the button in the upper right of your phone there, and you can invite people via DM or just tweeting out the space. You can also request the mic in the lower left-hand corner of your phone there with the mic icon. If you'd like to come up and ask any questions of the speakers or have materials or sources that you'd like to bring up and discuss on topics that are being raised as they come up. Or if you have something you'd also like to raise directly, please feel free to request the mic and we'll try and get you up. It sounds like, oh, there he is.
Yep, sorry about that. Regular listeners will know that I host these conversations on desktop emulator, and as a result, sometimes it glitches and I have to reset. So thanks for bearing with me there. I believe I was just saying that whether you believe this analysis sort of highlighted by the New York Times, that this is the main push, it is relevant in that it goes to how much pressure is put on Ukraine to succeed with these freshly committed troops. Now, I'll admit that the developments in the sort of 2 or 3 hours before we began our conversation where there were lots of announcements of Ukrainian success, may take some of that pressure off or make it irrelevant. In that, if Ukraine is accomplishing or achieving fresh successes, then maybe it's not relevant whether this is the main push or whether it was simply a recycling of forces. But for insight into those who thought that this was more a continuation of strategy and more cycling of troops in order to allow rest for those who had been on the front line for the last month or so. If you start with the first item in the nest, you'll see that this links to the coverage from the Washington Post. And so while the New York Times said it was the main push, and sort of Politico and Financial Times kind of backed that to a degree, the Washington Post instead was quoted as saying that we're seeing signs for preparatory moves of an additional force, but it's not clear what the purpose of these moves may be, and there's not a high sense of confidence that this is the big move. So it's interesting that there was a difference of opinion in that coverage. The second item back is a tweet by Konrad Muzyka, who is one of the better analysts. He does great work, particularly on Belarus, and his tweet's in Polish, but if you translate it, you'll see that it says there are many indications that Ukraine has put in elements of the 10th Corps, but this is clearly the second echelon. And I agree the goal here is to continue the activities in the direction of Robotin and Tokmak. And that this is because the activities of the 9th Corps, who had been on that line, are now heavily restricted. And so essentially he was thinking it was really just a refreshing of the troops along that line. Exit, go ahead.
I was just wondering if we know if they've committed these troops, what they still have in reserve in order to fill gaps in other areas, maybe in the north where Russia is pushing in those types of things. I haven't been able to follow as closely this week, and obviously Andrew missed his stream on Tuesday, so I don't really have the most updated information, and I wondered if somebody might be able to update me with that.
So if anybody would like to come up with some details on that, I know some people are tracking the core level closely, but and we'll go to Colby in a moment, but as you see, some of these analysts talk about how it's elements of the 10th, relieving elements of the 9th. And so it is, it doesn't seem like it's necessarily a wholesale turnover. So tracking it at the more specific level gets a little bit trickier, but Colby, please go ahead.
Not something that I track super closely, but people that do track it all seem to agree that there is fairly significant forces that are still uncommitted. I don't know, like a dozen brigades, maybe not that much, but it seems like a fairly large amount of combat power is not yet committed. And I've seen some people saying that this recent move is just sort of a regular rotation or like a minor addition of combat power to the front. So people saying that the bolt is shot, that is definitely not true. You can argue over what's in reserve, but there's definitely a lot of combat power still that's not been committed.
Absolutely. And so this is partly why I wanted to set it up this way, in that the news coverage doesn't necessarily match the way the close analysts are seeing it. To continue running through some of those analyst views of it, the third item back in the nest is a tweet by Rob Lee, where he is, again, sort of like Konrad Muzyka is saying that this is a committing of the 10th Corps to possibly replace part of the 9th Corps, and that they are, at least at the time he wrote this, 2 to 3 kilometers away from the first main line of defenses where near Robotin. And interestingly, in response to that, the fourth item back is one more from Rob Lee, where he's saying that looking at the specific equipment that seems to be committed, it appears that the main thrust, and so we had discussed a few times that Ukraine seemed to be pursuing along the Zaporizhia line 3 different thrusts near Novo. I forget. I apologize. It's Velika Novosilka, I believe, is the second of the major thrusts. And so Rob Lee is saying that it's this thrust that begins near Orikhiv that would be passing through Robotyne and down toward Tokmak that appears to be the primary of the three, based on the committing of equipment from the 47th Mechanized Brigade. Interestingly, though, in response to that, Michael Kaufman chimed in. So that's the fifth tweet back in the nest, where Kaufman is again saying, I don't think that the 10th Corps is the reserve, but it may be the force that is intended to breach the main defensive lines once the 9th got there. So the 9th would push to the lines. The 10th was then intended to come in and breach the lines. And that the 9th has been working toward its objectives, right, for 6 to 7 weeks. Although it does look like the units of the 10th are being more fully committed. So that's sounding to me, pretty consistent set of opinions as between the close observers. But I think, that debate, certainly if we see Ukraine, if breaches can be exploited, then many of these reserves that are believed to still be held could suddenly be committed. And luckily, we're now in a position where there was some great news that came out today on several different fronts. So we'll speak to that. And hopefully, because of those successes, we will shortly see the fact that there were considerable reserves in addition to the 10th switching in for the 9th, and that we'll see a lot faster movement along the line in the coming days. So if you have a look at the first item in the nest, I thought this was a really good overview of some successes along the front. And so this first tweet in the nest is from Emil Castellani, and he's he's one member of a group recently set up called the Blackbird Group, who does, I think, quite good analytical pieces, which includes some great mapping. And so you'll see that it sets out the overall situation, but then he also goes into the pushes along the two different main thrusts that we just identified, and as well as the situation around Bakhmut. So you get lots of sort of battle-specific maps and his overview. So if you want quick overview analysis, have a look at that thread from Emil. The second item back is the analysis done in the New York Times earlier this morning, as supported particularly by Christian Tribert. Again, Christian is the head of their visual investigations unit, so that's essentially the New York Times OSINT group. And just that they're pushing toward the Sea of Azov along these two fronts. So if you want to see the New York Times opinion of where the pushes are happening, have a look at his tweet. The third item, now we're getting into specific points of progress. So on that Velika Novosilka front, the main point of fighting had been just north of the city of Staromayorsk. And you'll see this third item back in the nest is a translation of a post put up by Alexander Khodakovsky, who's a Russian commander who is, decrying their losses near Staromayorsk. And I believe it was just in the last few hours that Ukraine actually put out a video, and they had declared they had captured that village. We had heard that they, as of I think late last night, they had been engaging in the north of the city, and there were reports of sort of widespread retreats by the Russians as contact was made in that area. But as of this morning, the reports were that the fighting was ongoing to try to clear the city. So now we have heard the reports that Staromayorsk has been captured by Ukraine. So if you want to get into a little bit about the Russian view of why those losses occurred, have a look at the tweet from Knoll Reports. It's that item that's third back in the nest. The fourth item back is that short movie that was prepared by Ukraine that shows fighting around Staromayorsk and presents lots of opportunities for geolocation to confirm that it has in fact been captured. And so accompanied, by that was a clear statement that the this 35th Marines Brigade has liberated the settlement. And so that was a major success on that front. So I'll put up the next set of material. So there's success on the Velika Novosilka push. But again, a lot of people view the Orkiv push that will head down toward Tokmak as likely the major push. And fighting there has been focused for some time around the city of Robotin. And there were reports, again, just earlier this afternoon of significant progress by Ukraine in that region. So the material should be up in the nest now. You'll see that first item is a tweet by GeoConfirmed about the very initial reports of progress near the city. And they were saying, here is the best confirmation that we have similarly heard these claims of great success, but that we don't have footage to geolocate yet. And so, GeoConfirmed is terrific. So I like to highlight their work. But that was put out about 13 hours ago. Since then, there were reports that Ukraine had pushed forward something like 4 to 6 kilometers to the east of the city and made a breakthrough there. So the second item back in the nest is a tweet from our friend Konstantin, who has come and spoken with us several times about his efforts for fundraising for Liberty Ukraine, to fundraise drones and the like. He follows developments on the front very closely and will occasionally come on as a guest along with Andrew Perpetua in his live streams. And you'll see that, he did a quick little post saying that there is now video and he's hearing reports of Russia having advanced to these points. And so he's included some Google map coordinates that you can look up, and they're, almost due east of Robotin, suggesting quite a bit of advancement along the line, saying that therefore Ukraine has made a breakthrough. And he makes an estimate of possible equipment losses to get to that point, but also notes that you'll soon see map updates from Andrew Perpetua and from Defmon. And I suspect that Andrew and Defmon, so sometimes Andrew will come to chat with us, but I'm sure with all these breaking bits of news that Andrew is hard at work on his map updates. So keep an eye out for his posts. To that end, if anything significant breaks while we're chatting about it this evening, do feel free to, come up to tell me about it. Even better if you can bring the link and add it to the nest so that everybody can follow along. So there are these claims of the breakthrough toward the line. One interesting metric, the third item back in the nest, is a post from the Kyiv Independent. They're noting that Russian sources are claiming that Tokmak has been hit by rockets. And the interpretation, if you go through to the Kyiv Independent's website where they have a more fulsome article on this development, they say that they were hit by 4 rockets, and it's that Tokmak is now believed to be between 25 and 30 kilometers from the front line. And so as these breakthroughs make progress, that means that Tokmak is now rapidly coming to be within artillery range, meaning that the city itself could be under siege fairly quickly. The fourth item back in the nest is it's a video. If you open it up, it's from DEFMON, and it's showing the approach of a vehicle that's hard to identify towards a line of dragon's teeth. And this helps to geolocate it fairly closely because, to the best of my knowledge, Ukraine has not previously hit any defensive lines that included dragon's teeth. And so if you look at the second post down in DEFMON's thread, he's actually geolocated it right to that line of fortifications. And he's and included in that is a specific geolocation put up by the account Moklassen, who's new to me, but it looks like he's done a solid bit of work there. And DEFMON is suggesting that in that short 6-second video, he believes that they're sending some sort of an unmanned IFV toward the fortification line, the Dragon's Teeth, in an effort just to test it out and see if it draws fire, which is an interesting technique. It's not one that I've seen before, but perhaps some of you listening have seen that already. Just bear with me one moment. And so I see that some of our friends who are very up on these developments are with us. So if anybody wants to come in and add to the conversation about the developments along these specific fronts, feel free. That would be great. So we then heard about the capture of Staromayorsk on that one axis. We've heard about a push of potentially 4 to 6 kilometers down to the east of Robotin, and that the Ukrainians may now be testing the lines of the main defensive effort. And there's actually one more tweet that actually spells this out quite nicely. If you'll bear with me finding it in my recent likes. It may take a moment, but there was an interesting tweet that showed very specifically where it was relative to the main defensive lines, and that this would now really be the main test for Ukraine now that they're along those lines. If any of our friends who are speakers happen to look in my likes and see what I'm referring to in the graphic, feel free to put it up in the nest. I just don't want to delay too long. However, there has been great progress along some other fronts as well, beyond Zaporizhia. And so I'll put those materials up. There is the status around Bakhmut, which I'll speak to, but then there are also the challenges of the Russian push to the north around Luhansk in the Lyman direction. But it sounds like there has been some fairly good news on that front as well. Just get these last 2 posts up and then we'll run through them. Okay, so the first of these is, similar to that post I put up from War Translated about the apparent difficulties the Russians were having around Staromayorsk. What you'll see as the first item in the nest, before I continue, I see hands. So we'll go to Cautious Clay, and then we'll get into these updates.
Hi, yeah. So I had a question, I guess an idea and a question about the idea of why we are seeing the results that we seem to be seeing today for the counteroffensive. Because it appears that for the past couple of weeks, they have made progress and they've been pushing very hard. But today seems to be a bit of a shift in the lines, previous compared to what we've seen before. And this may be the result of, just a, continuous push and, just continuing what they've been doing, and it's showing results. But there's this idea that you brought up a little bit before about force multipliers. And I think that really Ukraine has managed to stack a couple of force multipliers against Russia in a short amount of time that has given them a pretty good advantage over the defenses. One of the things that was brought up was, and I can't remember exactly who it was or what rank he was, but it was a major or general that was covering the southern Zaporizhzhia front that was just removed and replaced, and so that's caused some chaos. We've been talking about, the potential that there's been either rotation of troops to get fresh troops in and worn out troops out, or just bolstering troops to add on to their firepower. But there's a third thing that's just happened recently that has to do with the cluster munitions that were just sent to Ukraine. And so all of these things happening at once leads me to think that Ukraine was able to have a rapid increase in their ability to put down effective fires and also exploit those effective fires to be able to move faster than they have in the past. That's my thought. I wanted to get anyone's idea of what they think about that.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'm happy to get a bit of a discussion going. I'm bringing up some speakers now. But your points about Popov and the change in Russian leadership, as one point, the rotation of troops, potentially the 10th in for the 9th along the Orkiev axis, could affect that front. But it does seem to me like a lot of these changes may be coincidental, and just the accumulation of good hard work that happen to be making progress simultaneously. Perhaps it may be a testament to the state of or the rate of attrition and sort of the state of Russian defenses being fairly evenly spread, and perhaps suggesting that attrition is having its effects. But Trent, go ahead.
All right. The operational pattern that has jumped out at me for the attacks in Zaporizhzhia is that Ukrainian armed forces seem to be doing about 36 hours of continuous attacks on a wide front, trying to collapse an entire trench system. It's a logistical approach key to running out local Russian mortar and tube artillery of ammunition, then forcing the local MLRS, which are usually BM-21 Grads, to blarf their loads. When the Grads have to run back 80 clicks to reload to avoid GMLRS, Ukraine sends a new wave of AFEs, usually MRAPs, filled with fresh assault infantry, to collapse the position and then entrench for the Russian counterattack before the Grads return. The Ukrainian drones are usually on the high-speed ground lines of communication, and they try to nail the MLRS trucks as they're going back and forth. And they're doing this over and over again. This avoids presenting an attractive, concentrated target for the possibility of Russian tactical nukes. The Ukrainians are honoring that as a possible threat, and it's causing a huge amount of attrition for the Russians as they have to keep moving up new units, running this gauntlet of drone surveillance like the Grads. And what we're seeing right now is the culmination of several rounds of this kind of attrition. And essentially, I don't know if I trust the 10th Corps or the idea of a core rotation yet, but it does seem to be a culminating point of a logistical strategy that has been going on for some time. And with the Storm Shadow swarm that has hit all the major ammunition depots from Crimea into southern Ukraine, and the attack on the Kerch Straits Bridge, Russian firepower, artillery firepower, is highly constrained. So taking all of this together, a relatively larger collapse in the front lines somewhere was going to happen. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Trent. That idea about operational tempo is interesting. There's corroboration of that concept in that sort of the Russian reports, I know it's anecdotal, it's the Telegram reports, but was that for a period, Ukrainian attacks had been sort of ceaseless or continuous for a very long period, which may support your argument that essentially they were trying to wear them out locally, which is interesting. And I know that Ukraine has been highlighting that for several weeks now, they have been specifically targeting Russian artillery systems. And if you were to track the reports of equipment losses in the offensive from Oryx's project, as they're being added up just for the offensive by our friend Nalcio, and I can try and find his most recent on that. There was evidence that the rate of attrition of Russian artillery systems was significantly more, like 3 to 4 times the rate of loss of Ukrainian artillery systems. So that strategy seemed to have been paying off. Exit, go ahead.
I saw Konstantin here, and I wanted to ask him about, you had put up a thread earlier today talking about a Ukrainian advance, but that there had been some decent loss of vehicles in that particular advance. And I saw a whole bunch of replies talking about that was a big deal, that they had lost so many vehicles. And I wondered if you wanted to talk about this here and why that may or may not be an accurate take.
Hello. So first of all, I want to say that was my estimate. Estimate is based on a couple of things. First of all, there are videos that were put out with pretty large losses of BMPs on Ukrainian side. Then I have a couple of sources who I spoke with on that front. They confirmed the losses and they confirmed the gains. But what people have to understand that, first of all, the losses are, it's hard to say acceptable. Because those are there is expensive equipment and those are real people who die there, so I don't want to talk about it as it's not important. But you must understand that this is one of the most fortified places in entire Ukraine. So when we're talking about this, you must understand that most fortified places with the most, are the most complex one to take over. So those losses, they can be okay. It depends on what's going to happen next. First, second thing, I wrote 35 vehicles. When I wrote 35 vehicles there, you must understand that there are very many brigades operating there. It's not like one brigade lost 1/3 of its equipment. There are around, I don't want to, drop the numbers, but there are a lot of more than one brigade, more than 3 brigades operating there. And this is BMP 1s that were mostly used in that attack. Is quite an obsolete vehicle. It's not something that is, critical, and it's not the best vehicle. What I'm more concerned about the people, but we don't know, if the troops manage to dismount losses, you can lose the vehicle, and all people may survive. So I'm not absolutely concerned about it. It's tragic, of course, but I don't think it's the end of the world. I want people to understand that storming these positions is really hard. They are well fortified, well protected. So Ukraine is doing that. Applying that pressure for a long period of time can result in successes, and if you apply enough pressure, at some point, it's like basically a tree. You chop in it, and it takes so much time, but at some point it starts collapsing. So, if that happens, I'm happy. But if it doesn't, it does not mean that it's the end of the world. Once again, Ukraine keeps applying the pressure, and we don't know how much resilience Russia has in those areas. I heard a lot of intercepted communications where Russians keep complaining they have a lot of deserters. They have a lot of people abandoning positions, refusing to fight. They have a lot of losses as well. So have to keep this in mind, and I hope that we will eventually be able to overcome Russian defenses there. And it like I hope for the collapse, but of the Russian fronts. But we never, you never. You hope for it, but you prepare for the worst. So that's my my thoughts here and my cautious optimism. Even though we do have losses, we just have to keep pushing.
Well, thanks for that update, Konstantin. I appreciate you keeping a close eye on it, and I know you have lots of friends there, and we'll all be interested to see. What can be actually reflected and proven on the map when we see the newest updates from Andrew and friends of ours. To that end, about the reaching the most difficult points or reaching these dense points of fortification, if you have a look at the first item in the nest, you'll see it's a tweet from Patrick Fox, and to illustrate it, he's clipped out a section of a map prepared by the Institute for the Study of War. So you can see this blue captured territory by Ukraine, and then the yellow, which is freshly, it's sort of in the gray zone or the uncertain zone, but it's likely fresh Ukrainian captures. How that relates to the positions of the main Russian defensive lines. So that gives you a sense. And this is that breakthrough again is the near Robotin. On that push that will be ultimately believed to be toward Tokmak. Exit, go ahead.
Number one, maybe I'll just say, David, if you wanted to come up and talk about weather, I would love to know, because I hear there's some hail and some other interesting things going on, and I would love to know what's happening on the front line. But also, Konstantin, can you settle this once and for all? How do you say Robotin, whatever that town name is? Teach us all, please.
Robotina.
Thank you.
I hope that the people understood, but it's Robotina.
Let's hear you say it, Exit.
Robotina.
Yeah, Robotina.
I'll have to keep practicing.
Well, that's great, because that way now I won't keep mispronouncing it. Thank you for clarifying that. If you have a look at the second item in the nest, similar to reports about the stresses around Staromayorsk. Sorry, Exit. Did we not complete your point? You want to come back in?
I just. David was kind enough to come up, and I was wondering, I saw your forecast today said thunderstorms and some pretty heavy hail, and I wondered how that would affect things on the front line, and I thought you could tell us.
Yeah, I can come in now if that's okay. I put out a status update just within the hour. There were several reports from Null Report and Malcontent that showed large hail in Sevastopol and flash floods, roofs, chunks of roof being blown off from some large buildings. So pretty rough weather down there. I know looking at the rainfall, as thunderstorms really didn't just start in Crimea. They came across the Gulf of Odessa from Odessa, and they received. We haven't heard much on Twitter, but there was over 100 millimeters of rain in the Odessa area. So, this weather is really been ongoing for the last 12 hours or so, and it's there's a strong low pressure system that's developing just east of Crimea, or rather west of Crimea, headed towards along the coast of Sea of Azov towards the east-northeast, headed towards really Luhansk later on tomorrow, or today, tomorrow, depending on what time zone you're in. And it's going to drop over, particularly in Kherson and Zaporizhia, probably over 50 millimeters of rainfall, which obviously will affect trafficability in the short term, probably a couple days. And while these storms are ongoing through maybe noon tomorrow, difficult to fly UAVs and really do ISR. So it might put a damper on the offensive operations for a day or two, is my strong suspicion. But thereafter, I think we're going to see drying and warming once again, and probably for the next week or two, really good conditions. So the good news is, if you're a fan of offensive operations, the ground will quickly dry once again, and support wheeled vehicles. The longer term, say in the next couple of weeks, there's a large band of green area that hasn't been plowed or tilled and actively managed by the farms, because they've mostly been abandoned in Zaporizhia and Donetsk. It's heavily mined and shelled. So the farmers did the wise thing, and they mostly abandoned it. But there's a lot of fuel in terms of grass, and in a couple weeks that'll probably start to dry. And as we've seen, like in the example down in Crimea, where there was some shelling of an ammo and fuel dump that had some secondary fires, significant secondary fires from wildland grass fires, probably could see the same thing in 1 to 2 weeks once things dry out a little bit and that fuel starts to get crispy. And there's a lot of it. So, and that could potentially be used as a defensive or an offensive weapon, depending on the scenario and the wind direction. So that's all I got.
Thanks for that, David. I appreciate your focus on the weather and water matters, and probably a lot of people don't appreciate how that will affect things on the front line. Exit, go ahead.
I just was going to add to the fire risk. We're already seeing in places where they're combining the winter wheat that's coming off right now, we're already seeing combine fires starting up in a lot of those places, because it has been so dry for the last couple of weeks. And something really interesting that I learned today is that by law in Ukraine, if you are harvesting, you actually have to have a water truck on site to fight fires like that, which is something I don't know why the heck we don't do here. But anyways, so the idea of having some really dry grass that is going to be a potential hazard or benefit for you is definitely something to watch in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, well, thanks for that, guys. That's great context. So moving back, we talked about the sort of Zaporizhia thrusts. So moving on to some of the fronts in Donetsk and then up to Luhansk. So looking at the third item from the left, you'll see this is from War Translated, covering some, again, it's anecdotal, but it's a report on from Telegram prepared by a Russian officer, similar to the report that we saw around Staromayorsk. This has some explanation about why Ukrainians appear to be making advances around Klishivka, which is just south of Bakhmut. And this is only an excerpt that War Translated prepares. You can see the link to the full tweet, to the full post on Telegram if you'd like to see it. But again, reports of sort of just constant attacks by artillery and by drones, and also that the Russians appeared to have rotated in some troops who were unprepared and disorganized, which could mirror the suggestion from around Robotny of the removal of Popov as commander, creating some confusion there. So it seems to be a combination of good Ukrainian preparation and some disorganization on the Russian side that's contributing to these Ukrainian successes. So the fourth item in the nest, if you want to learn more about Klishivka, where it looks like Ukraine is poised for success, fairly soon, this is a thread by Dan Spian. Dan works with Oryx, tracking losses, and he also does sort of a lot of narrative development. And so this is a thread that was highlighted that he started way back in May. And so if you want to follow some of the history of the battle around Klishivka, this is a super long thread with lots of the points. And he is keeping it up to date regularly. So if you scroll down to the bottom, you'll see the latest details in the progress there. I wanted to highlight that because this kind of dedication to one battle or one issue, I think is important to get the context, particularly where some of these battles have been raging for months. The fifth item back in the nest is more for context, and I've included this tweet from Knoll Reports because of the graphic that he's used, where you can see that Klishivka is just south of Bakhmut, and it is at risk, as I understand it. And just the other day, Ukraine made advances to sort of split the area or control of the area as between Klishivka and Andriivka, which is in the middle of that graphic. And my understanding is that today there were reports that Ukraine had begun to enter the territory of Andriivka itself, and there may have been some Russian retreats in that region. So it's almost like creating a bulge with Klishivka in it, and so that it can now be attacked from some multiple directions. All of which, in the bigger picture, is contributing to sort of the flanking maneuvers around Bakhmut. And so the sixth item back in the nest is an article from the War Zone that just discusses it in broader context. So beyond Klishivka and Andriivka, talking about how the noose is slowly being tightened around Bakhmut. So then we'll move a little further north from Donetsk and Bakhmut area up, Lyman and further north into Luhansk. And so there were some reports a little over a week ago that Russia may have concentrated up to 100,000 personnel in that region with the intention to push forward. And interestingly, Shashank Joshi, again, the defense editor at The Economist, he's reached out to Western officials. And just FYI, when he says Western officials, it usually means an intelligence official who he doesn't want to name. And I say that because several times when he said just Western official, I've said, hey, can you let me know who it was or your source? And he will DM me directly and say, yeah, I can't say. That's why I use that phrase. In any event, he was told by a Western official that, the 100,000 figure could be about correct, but that it's likely that they've had roughly that number for some time. So it doesn't appear to be an increase. And apparently the Western official reported to Joshi, they don't believe that number is significant enough to really push for an offensive in that region. And so there have been reports that Ukraine has pushed forward and seized a little bit of territory, sort of in the Svatov, pushing out from the Svatov direction. But I'm hearing reports that that situation has stabilized as of now. If you wanted an opinion on the region, the last item in this block and the eighth item up in the nest, there's a tweet by the account Kriegsforscher who I believe is a Ukrainian officer, and sometimes we'll do thoughtful tweets about sort of regional strategy, and again, it's just his opinion, but he's essentially saying this is the second attempt of the Russians to push forward in this region, that their last attempt was not successful, and that there doesn't appear to have been any greater concentration or preparation to support an offensive in that direction. So he, once again, is optimistic that a push by the Russians there will not be successful. Okay. Let me just get my next set of material, if you'll just bear with me. And just while I'm preparing, because the audience has gotten a little bit bigger, a reminder that we're covering the news using lots of mainstream sources, but then we try to accent it with information taken from great open source analysis. And we rely on a lot of great accounts here on Twitter, that we hold these spaces twice a week. So Thursday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and usually Sunday afternoons at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. However, this coming Sunday will be a break for us for summer holidays, but we will resume a week from tonight on, I believe it's August the 3rd at 9 p.m. And I'll put the reminder for that next space up in the nest in just a moment, so that you can set your alarms. This material is almost in the nest. We'll be there in just a moment. Okay, so if you have a look at the nest, the first item up there. So I set the material out so that we would swing along the Zaporizhia front, then up into Donetsk, and then further up to the Russian push in Luhansk, where Ukraine appears to remain confident that the Russians may have a concentration of forces, but not enough for a successful offensive. There are other interesting fronts of fighting that may be smaller. Reports from them are harder to come by. That first item in the nest is a link to an article by the UK Times that's highlighting how foreign fighters, British, American, Australian, have been working hard to clear Russians from the islands in the Dnipro Delta. My understanding is that there had been progress in these islands prior to the destruction of the Kakova Dam, but that because of the flooding, a lot of those advances had to be abandoned, and that they've had to sort of redo some of the work on those islands. And because it's essentially the Foreign Legion, I thought that might be an interesting article to highlight for you. And that may support, further efforts in coming weeks. We have been following the fact that Ukraine has managed to hold a bridgehead just across from the Antonovsky Bridge, or around the Antonovsky Bridge, a few kilometers outside of Oleshki for several weeks now, despite Russian efforts to push them back. The second item in the nest, in that same sort of Delta area, Antonovsky Bridgehead, this account, and again, I'm open to feedback, this account occasionally has assertions that I don't see from others, and I don't know whether they have, different sources on the ground, or whether they are perhaps too optimistic. So if you guys have feedback on that Astraea intel, please let me know. But it caught my attention saying that the armed forces of Ukraine have now crossed the Konka River. And so you can see in the first image there that would be a push sort of across some of the islands in the Dnipro Delta, with the consequence that there would now be some Ukrainian troops only 4 kilometers west of Oleshki. And so I'm treating this one as difficult to confirm, but because it's a unique report, I thought I would include it for you to evaluate for yourselves. Jacoby, go ahead.
Yeah, if I can ask a question from a listener who'd rather not come up to the mic. the question was about incendiaries, and perhaps this isn't exactly topical for this moment, but I'm going to ask it in case it is, or we can place it somewhere else. Whether incendiaries are incendiaries unconventional, in other words, banned by the Geneva Convention. I think what you mean by incendiaries are the munitions that fall that I think it's thermite, is it? That's my guess. In other words, can Ukraine drop fire literally upon invaders attempting, well, I'm not going to characterize it quite that way, but yes, the question being, I'm sorry, I'm just reading this in real time, whether or not Ukraine can drop incendiaries on an invading force.
Colby, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so there, since the beginning of this war, there has been a tremendous amount of mis and disinformation about international law as it concerns the employment of different weapon systems. Incendiary munitions are not banned by international law. You can use them lawfully in armed conflict. It is illegal to use them against civilian targets, but it's illegal to use any weapon system really against any civilian targets. Civilians are not supposed to be deliberately targeted in warfare. So you could say it's twice illegal or double illegal, but you can use incendiary munitions against military targets. I would suggest that incendiary munitions are not particularly effective in most situations. They're good for destroying things that are highly flammable, but as far as disrupting Russian formations, the dual purpose improved conventional munitions or cluster bombs that Ukraine has just received from the United States are going to be the most effective tool to destroy large concentrations of Russian troops. Incendiaries are good for destroying concentrations of wooden structures. If such a target, which was a military target, existed, sure, use them. I don't want to say that Ukraine has not used any incendiary munitions. Over the course of the war, we've seen a lot of use by the Russians. Ukraine may have used them here or there, but I have not seen very many reported instances of that. Because again, I think their usefulness is going to be limited in most cases. But Russian use of incendiaries, typically thermite, as you mentioned, it's been extremely common, typically targeting, again, Ukrainian civilian centers. So I hope that addresses the question.
Yeah, thank you, Colby. Constantine, did you have a response?
Yeah, I wanted to say the incendiary munitions are really good against ammo depots as well. When you know that there are stored stashes of ammunition, you can use the incendiary munitions, and it's right now supposed to be one of their main use cases.
Jacoby, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that that the legality question is an interesting one to think about, but I think it also is something to consider that this is war, and each side is going to use what they're going to use, and whether or not you're trying to determine what is legal or illegal is really up to whether or not something is enforceable. Certainly under conventions it's illegal, but it's certainly prohibited, but it's really a question about whether something can be enforced. Certainly we wouldn't want to see them used, but each side is going to use what they're going to use.
Yeah, well, thanks very much, guys. Appreciate for having to reset again there for a minute, but it allowed a back and forth. It also allowed me a moment for those who have joined us new. I have added the invitation to our next conversation a week from tonight up in the nest so that you can set your reminders now. I had spoken to the second item back, which is the efforts to clear the Dnipro Islands, and to the third item back, which was this long report of Ukrainian forces having crossed the Konka River. And again, if anybody has feedback on, or corroborating reports of that, I'd appreciate it. So we're now on the fourth item. And this was interesting. I believe it just came out yesterday. And it's an order that civilians are now prohibited from transport across or to the Arabat Spit, which is on the eastern side of Crimea, up toward the Zaporizhia region. And it's not clear to me why civilians are being prohibited from that region. I presume it's to clear it for military activities, but I thought it was interesting enough to put on your guys' radar. I believe it was the Arabat Spit where Russia had several headquarters positions that were struck by longer range Ukrainian missiles, resulting in the losses of some senior commanders, if I'm not mistaken. And so I don't know whether that's connected to the restriction on civilian travel there. But it's an interesting point. Trent, go ahead.
My impression of the move to take Ukrainian civilians off that spit is the FSB is worried about coast watchers. The Russians have got to use coastal shipping now in lieu of ground lines of communication, railways and roads. So the idea of one of Russia's few transports getting caught or noticed in time for the Ukrainians to time a drone or storm shadow strike on the piers of Berdyansk or the other ports along the Sea of Azov has probably got them very, very, very paranoid. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. I had suspected that because of those strikes on the command centers, it may have been connected with people providing coordinates or watching for movements of commanders. So that's an interesting thought. The fifth item back in the nest is the report that in one of the most recent sets of drone strikes, and so this is coming from the Russian account Rybar, and as always, I'll say take that with a grain of salt. They tend to be, have fairly decent insight, but they do have their own agenda. They reported that in the most recent set of drone strikes, that apparently the drones took a longer route that would have required them to transit almost 500 kilometers. But that because of this route, they approached from a different angle than was expected by air defense, which may have resulted in more hits than were expected. And so there were several hits, including against an airfield and a repair depot. And that that was then combined with sort of close in time launches of Storm Shadow missiles. Apparently 4 missiles were fired, and Rybar seems to believe that they all hit. So again, this strategy of deep strikes with a sort of a variety of tactics by the Ukrainians appears to be working. To that end, the sixth item back in the nest is a report just of the fact of the strike on the Novostepov repair yard. Now, there was lots of coverage of it a few days ago, and there were some interesting posts by analysts noting that that repair yard was believed to have many, many vehicles in it, and some were making assertions that those vehicles are often parked in fairly close proximity. Because of their damaged nature, they may not be as fully protected as against strikes. And, some were asserting that Russia, when, assembling vehicles for repair, may not completely unload the munitions from those vehicles. And so there was some hope that the degree of damage caused by that strike might be significant. I may have missed it, given that the strike happened a few days ago. If anybody has seen a battle damage assessment of that repair yard, given the high hopes for level of damage, it would be interesting to see if they were fulfilled. I just haven't seen it. Perhaps I've missed it. If none has come down, I'm sure it's right high on the priority target for friends of ours like Radio Nukes and Intel Schizo to pull down satellite imagery. So that was it actually for that block. Let me just get the next set of material. And so as we proceed, these are the last points in connection with, or some of the last points in connection with the offensive. We kind of move from a survey of the various offensive thrusts to now we're getting into a collection of deep strikes and sort of broader strategy. That's a bit of a collection of points, but I do think they're interesting. And so further to the reports of the strike on that repair yard, there were also recent strikes on several Russian air bases. And so you'll see that the first item in the nest is some video of the strike on the Solye air base. If I remember correctly, this site may have been struck by Storm Shadow missiles. I believe the target at the base may have been ammunition storage locations. And I think that there may have been some battle damage assessments coming out of this, suggesting that it was a fairly successful strike, which is rather similar to just the day before that. The second item, back in the nest, Amelia Smith did some BDA looking at the strike on the Oktyabrovskoye air base in Crimea, where again they were targeting the munitions storage locations just off the runways. So that seems to be a consistent theme for Ukraine, trying to strike the munitions. The third item back speaks to some of the other successes of the Ukrainian drone strikes in Crimea. These weren't in Crimea. These were drone strikes into Russia itself, and in fact into Moscow. And these strikes were a little bit embarrassing because there, have been high-profile upgrades to the Moscow air defense network, including deploying air defense assets on top of major towers, including the defense ministry buildings. And interestingly, there were several reports that there were two sites hit. One was a business tower, an office tower. The other was a building that apparently is directly across the street from GRU offices, and it's believed that the building that was struck may also have been an intelligence office. And so you'll see in that third tweet from Mark Krutov, who I believe is the editor of one of the editors at Radio Free Europe, they believe that they actually know the specific unit number for Russian intelligence who was at that building. And so that would be quite an embarrassment if that was the case, that the Ukrainians were able to strike Russian intelligence. The fourth item back, the fourth and the fifth items back in the nest, since we're covering drone strikes, deeper strikes, we covered in our last two talks the most recent strikes against the Kerch Bridge that destroyed one lane of the road traffic and damaged the other, although some light traffic is allowed to continue. We also talked about how Hannah Maliar, who's a deputy defense minister, came out and made a statement that appeared to be claiming responsibility for the previous strike against the Kerch Bridge in October. Well, that's been built on now. So the fourth item back in the nest is a description of how at a recent presentation of some new stamps in commemoration of Ukrainian military successes, the chief of the Ukrainian security services, Vasyl Malyuk, admitted that the destruction of the Crimean Bridge was one of the security services achievements. So, between that and the statements of Malyar, it certainly seems like Ukraine is now taking responsibility for that. Sorry, just doing admin stuff in the background for a moment. So that is interesting. For those who don't know, Ukraine has two different intelligence departments. It has the SSU, the security services, and it has the military intelligence. So generally you'll hear more about Budanov, who heads the military intelligence directorate. But there's also this security services that's headed by Malyuk. And then for a little bit more detail, the fifth item back in the nest actually has a video of Malyuk's address. And not only does he claim that the strike on the bridge is one of their successes, but he also says that destruction of the bridge, the ultimate destruction of the bridge, will continue to be one of the intentions of Ukrainian intelligence. So there were two more items I wanted to speak to in regard to the offensive, and then we'll move on to some updates on equipment and then diplomacy, and then hopefully we'll, toward the end, get to cover some of the developments with the Wagner Group, particularly their engagement in Africa. Interestingly, Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist, mentioned that he's doing research on a casualty medical care in Ukraine for an article that he's writing, and he had put out a call for resources on that front. And I guess as he is finding interesting information, he's been releasing it in individual tweets. It will probably come up when he finishes his article, but a few interesting insights here. Let me just make sure I got all of the material. Yeah, so the first item in the nest should actually be from Matthew Luxmore, who writes for the Wall Street Journal, and he did an interview with some frontline medics. We've had our friend Language Learner, who had been active in spaces, and then many months ago traveled to Ukraine to assist in training Ukrainian medics. So we get some insight directly from him, but similarly, the Wall Street Journal interviewed some of these frontline medics, and they spoke about the difficult conditions in which they work, but obviously their work is invaluable. So you might find that article interesting. And I thought it fit well with some of the stats that Joshi has been uncovering. So the second item back in the nest is a link to an academic paper that looks at the nature of combat casualties in Ukraine. And the suggestion, my guess is this is not surprising to those who have looked at casualties in modern warfare, but that more than 70% of all Ukrainian casualties are due to artillery and rocket barrages. And usually those casualties occur because the patient has sustained polytrauma. So usually they've had multiple significant injuries before they become a casualty. Which, if you're into the medical field, you might find the details in that article helpful to look into. There was also the interesting story, third item back in the nest, of the Médecins Sans Frontières and the Ukrainian railways, who went and took a 1980s train and they turned it into an ambulance ICU train, which is really interesting. So that graphic from Joshi breaks down how the cars are allocated based on use. And this reminded me quite a bit. You guys have seen the video coming out from some of the medical flights that are taking Ukrainian soldiers to places in Europe, Poland and Germany. and how they have been, some of their bays have been turned into essentially ICU beds as well. And so thinking about that, but in the form of a train, is a really interesting development to me. The fourth item back, and sort of to wrap up this theme of casualty care, medical care, apparently the Estonian ambassador to Kiev, he is being rotated out, and he was interviewed, and he said that he believes that the Russians are suffering casualties at a rate that's about 6 to 1 for Ukrainian casualties. And that's taken from an interview in New Lines Mag. I found this interesting. I've raised these statistics as I've seen them. In the last couple of weeks, we had heard claims that Russian casualties were between 6 to 1 and 8 to 1, coming from various sources. I believe that included the Ukrainian commander, General Syrskyi. And when those have come up, I've said, I'm hopeful that those numbers could be correct, that Ukrainian casualties are that low, but that seems like an awfully high multiple. And so we kind of have to take it with a grain of salt. The more claims there are coming in that range, I take that as a degree of corroboration, particularly when it's not directly coming from the Ukrainian military, but instead coming from an Estonian diplomat. So, again, hopefully Ukraine is being that successful in keeping its casualties down. Jane, would you like to go ahead?
I just had a thought there. Given what we've heard about how the Russians have been fighting in a manner where they're overcrowding battle space, and they've put, essentially poorly, if not just barely trained troops on the front line, wouldn't this all sort of be consistent with the fact that they're going to suffer large losses? I mean, a multiplier, who knows? But it seems like if you start sort of connecting some of the dots, it's surely feasible.
Well, I mean, it's not completely implausible. And I know that several Ukrainian sources have spoken recently about how it seems like many casualties have been prevented by the increasing availability of Western vehicles like the Bradleys, where the Bradleys take damage, but the crew survives, which may contribute to a more recent increase in sort of the ratio of losses of Russian losses over Ukrainian. We'll go to Dr. Paul, and then we'll go to Trent. Go ahead, Paul.
Hey, thanks, Michael, and thanks for the space. So a quick comment and then a question actually for Colby. The more I've been researching the history of warfare, the Soviet era of warfare back in World War II, the more convinced I am that the ratio of casualties of Ukraine or Russian to Ukrainian casualties, I believe, is real. My number one concern with it is it's not high enough for Ukraine. During offensive operations, the Germans regularly inflicted 15, 20 to 1 casualties on the Soviets, and 5 to 1 is great, but I'm not sure it's enough. The Russians seem to have a penchant for just absorbing losses better than anyone else in the world, quite honestly. So I personally, over time, because I've always been skeptical as well of the various casualty estimates and ratios the last year and a half. But the longer it goes and the more I've been studying this, the more I believe it's the relative numbers are probably relatively accurate. But the concern for me personally is it's not high enough to lead to a change in the overall battlefield dynamics. Okay, with that being said, Colby and I have been going back and forth incrementally over the last, many months, but he's been doing a deep dive into ATACMS. So I definitely want to get an update from Colby. He's been teasing a little bit. I saw a snapshot of an Excel spreadsheet on ATACMS, and that immediately piqued my curiosity. So Colby, please, without further ado, please walk me through what's going on.
I don't want to Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have to kind of blue ball you here because I don't want to make a grand reveal quite yet. I do have more work to do. I've figured quite a lot out, but I still have a few unanswered questions that I want to get to the bottom of before I kind of present final results, because I want information to be as accurate as possible before I go out there and say this is what's going on. And Michael, I sincerely appreciate you highlighting my request earlier on in space for information concerning back brain. That's one of the missing pieces of the puzzle that I'm still looking at. Not a huge one, but one that I'm looking for some further clarification on. There are a few other mysteries that I'm working on. So if there are people that people are aware of accounts that are well informed about military matters in the Gulf, I'd very much like to hear those suggestions. But yeah, I want to complete this project as soon as I can. And I hope I won't disappoint. I know I've been really teasing it hard lately, and people are very eagerly anticipating it. So I hope I won't disappoint. And I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing a description of that when you get the last pieces of the puzzle in place. That's always the danger when you let people know that you're working on a project, because they often wind up taking longer than you expect. Trent, go ahead.
All right. On the issue of casualty ratios, Ukraine being 5 or 6 to 1 compared to Russia is actually something that I've been expecting. I've done a lot of threads going back to World War II artillery heavy fighting data, and pulled stuff from the now deceased Colonel Trevor Dupuy and posted it. The reality of artillery heavy warfare is 1 in 5 generally die immediately of wounds. There's another 15% that are seriously wounded that may die if they do not get rapid medical attention, and the remainder that basically the walking wounded or anyone that can get to a medical facility with the help of a battle buddy will survive. In addition, generally 1 in 20 of the wounded die later of things like infection or general systemic collapse, usually sepsis, from the wounds that they have received. When body armor was introduced in Korea and Vietnam, the immediate death rate dropped from 1 in 5 to 1 in 6. With the arrival of things like Category 4 body armor in the 2000s, the immediate death number dropped to 1 in 7. With the arrival of the golden hour and the platinum 5 minutes, that is getting a wounded soldier to an advanced medical care facility in 60 minutes and having a battle buddy with a blood clotting bandage that could throw it on a body for a wounded buddy within 5 minutes, the death rate dropped to 1 in 10. Ukraine has been given a lot of body armor, and it is of the most advanced types. They have been given a lot of the clotting bandages and some of the more advanced tourniquets so that people don't lose their legs or their limbs from wounds. Russia, on the other hand, does not seem to have a medical evacuation system that's more advanced than the Napoleonic era. They are using essentially 3-wheeled motorized carts to move wounded from trenches back to medical facilities. And it's taking on the order of about 40 hours for someone who's seriously wounded to get what would be considered an advanced medical care facility from the 1940s. Russia has had serious issues with getting good whole blood to their soldiers, in part because people are stealing the small refrigerators that are used to move blood. There are repeated reports that lots of Russians are losing their limbs from bad tourniquets. and there are lots of soldiers that are overwhelming the Donetsk and Russian medical systems. So simply because of the two different body armor and medical systems, I would expect the death ratios to be at least 5-1 in Ukraine's favor, just when you do the totality of comparison here. And MOBICs tend to be, and especially convict mobilized, are treated as expendable meat. So when you rack and stack all of these together, 5-1 to 6-1 is just the logical outcome from the factors that I've listed. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's, many of the factors you raise, I've definitely heard reports of. It's always tricky in a space like this where I try to provide sources to those things, that they're things that we've discussed over months. And so I would have to go back to dig to find some of the summaries I put together, but I definitely have heard along the same lines as you describe. It will be interesting, I'm sure, for academics of warfare to dig in and hopefully get more accurate numbers once the war is over. I do have one point in another minute or two about new estimates of Russian casualties using a different technique. So when we get to that, you guys may be interested in that. We'll go to Dr. Paul, and then I'll do one last little block of updates on the offensive. I hope to run through some equipment updates maybe in about 20 minutes, and then we'll have maybe 30 or 40 minutes at the end to discuss Wagner and developments in Africa. But go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. Trent, thanks so much for the details. I think it's all just lends credence to the fact that, yes, 5-1 is realistic, possible, feasible, likely. I guess my lingering question is here, because the Russian army today is by no stretch of the imagination even close to the Soviet Red Army of 1944 or 1945. So I guess my question really is, what is the ratio needed? Because I have no idea how to gauge this. That's actually, is sufficient for Ukraine, that puts the balance of power in Ukraine's favor. I don't know what that ratio would be, because again, just going back to the successful offensive operations of the Germans in World War II, 15 or 20-1. What is the right? Is 5-1 the new ratio that's sufficient to tip that balance of power in Ukraine's favor, or is it insufficient? I don't know. I'm not saying anybody really does know, but I think that's a really key question to really kind of understand as we hear it, because as we saw from Konstantin's post earlier today, I mean, just the advances, from, this past couple of days have been costly. And, I really hope it's, Ukraine's inflicting enough damage onto the Russians to really, without taking enough or taking too much battle damage themselves to really kind of tip the balance of power. So any thoughts on that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Paul. Go ahead, Colby.
Trent can go first if he wants to respond, and I'll weigh in briefly.
Oh, sure. Trent, go ahead.
All right. There are two issues that are important here. One is Ukraine can put more of its available combat manpower into fighting than Russia can, because Russia has got to maintain an industrial mobilization to support the war. Russia tends not to have females in the workforce at the ratios that you see in Western nations, or indeed in Ukraine. So the 3-to-1 population ratio does not translate directly into a 3-to-1 advantage in military age manpower, because Russia has not only got to produce its own weapons, which Ukraine can get from other nations, it also has to maintain borders, a fairly large navy, lots and lots of internal security troops that currently seem to outnumber the total number of combat troops that Russia has put into Ukraine. So when you look at all the overhead that Russia has to pay in order to maintain its war, 3-to-1 is just straight up population, but it's probably closer to 2-to-1. That is, Russia's available combat manpower outnumbers Ukraine's by 2-to-1. And Ukraine is inflicting deaths at a ratio of 5-to-1. The issue for Ukraine is it's got a large number of wounded that it's taking care of that would have died if they were Russian. So that too can be offloaded in some portion onto Western medical systems in Europe, and about half of the Ukrainian wounded will come back and be able to fight in about 6 months. It phases in over that period, but half of every casualty that Ukraine takes, dead or wounded, will be unavailable long term for Ukraine as combat resources. They may be able to work in logistical or industrial roles, but they're lost to Ukraine as soldiers. So the answer is it's going to keep going as long as the Russians are willing to fight. And that is a matter of politics and not manpower ratios. Over to you.
Yeah, that sort of political pressure. How do you treat the wounded is always an interesting one too. Colby, go ahead.
Thanks. I agree with all of Trent's points. I'll say that Ukraine is not going to achieve a 15-to-1 favorable casualty ratio, but they don't need to either. Germany never achieved that. They, achieved that in specific battles, maybe some certain smaller campaigns. They certainly even exceeded that in some engagements. Battle of Narva comes to mind, well above 20-to-1 there. But over the course of 1941, I think the ratio was 4 or 5-to-1, I think. I had the numbers not right in front of me. In 1942, it was still substantial, maybe 3 to 4-to-1 or 2.5-to-1. Still a very big advantage for an entire year period. If Ukraine is managing over, an average across the front of 5-to-1 right now, that is phenomenally good. So anything that can be done to enhance their lethality and increase that is, going to just make things even more easier. But I don't think that 15-to-1 is in the cards if where they're at right now is 5-to-1. If we were doing absolutely everything that we really should be, the things that I talk about ad nauseum, if we could get to 10, that would be like an amazing miracle. I think that's like the absolute best case scenario. So if 5-to-1 is correct right now, yeah, absolutely. Let's do everything we can to increase that lethality. But I think they're already on the right track. But we want things to go faster. So yeah, let's increase the lethality, but I don't think they can get to 15-to-1. I don't think they need to get to 15-to-1 to Trent's point about what Russia's available manpower actually is.
Yeah, thanks for that. Part of the challenge is when you say, if we get to 10-to-1, it would be a miracle. I assume it's very hard to know in the fog of war if 10-to-1 is even achieved. So a lot of these things will only be known after the fact. But I think that presenting the ratios is relevant because then it inspires these discussions that are driven by the factors that would contribute to it, even if we can't pin the numbers down. It's important to understand what contributes to it. So I'm going to run through this last set of points. I'm going to move on to equipment. I'm going to try to, I still welcome comments and input. I'm going to try to power through equipment because I do want to get to the developments with Wagner and its connection to Africa, because those are fairly recent developments. Just looking at the items in the nest, this is a little block that's kind of dedicated to the different views on the success of the offensive. And so the first item is from Michael Weiss. He writes for a variety of publications. His newest article in New Lines Mag is about how the Russians seem to see the Ukrainian offensive as more successful then do Ukraine's Western allies, and the ironies in that. So, have a look at that article. I've included the second item in the nest because it was actually the tweet that inspired Michael Weiss's article. Let me see. It may be the third item back. Yes, apologies. It was the third item back that inspired Michael Weiss, because Weiss actually commented on this tweet and then he wrote the article. And so that third item back is a long discussion about the gradual genocide of Russian artillery. And I discussed earlier how Ukraine has specifically been targeting Russian artillery, apparently very successfully. And so this idea of the Russians seeing it as a major failing on their part to be losing the artillery advantage is partly what inspired Weiss to write about it. And then, it is the irony that the Russians seem to have a clearer-eyed view than many Western analysts. So, sorry, I saw we had a hand, but we lost it. So we may have been on a previous point. Apologies if that's the case. So anyway, that was Weiss's article, and then the sort of Russian mill blogger post that inspired it. The second item, back in the nest, a tweet by Shashank Joshi, linking to a BBC article talking about how Western tanks are getting pummeled on the front lines. And I chose this as an example, and I understand that Russian equipment is being lost, but I chose this as an example of what Weiss appears to be talking about, which is the West having a fairly negative view of the progress of the offensive, which is in contrast with the Russian, and so this idea of Western tanks getting pummeled, seems to be structured with a fairly negative outlook that I don't know is very responsive to facts on the ground. And so I bring that up because if you're getting your sources from, the BBC is generally fairly good, but it does seem like some of the pieces that are written for the BBC and other outlets aren't coming from a very comprehensive perspective. And so it's just a caution to be careful where you're getting your reporting from. But I see that Gurney's come back up. So Gurney, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to the conversation that was there briefly about the ratios, and I just wanted to add my 2 cents and say, I don't know if we should over extrapolate from some of those ratios, because as sort of an input output type problem, I think you can easily conflate different things here, meaning, a KIA ratio doesn't tell you about how much actual force you can project, how much manpower you can actually project back into your forces. To distinguish that, meaning, if somebody is classified as killed in action, right, and you're capturing wounded in action separately, you don't know what portion of wounded in action can actually be reemployed, is not employed, right, what that timetable looks like. So I hesitate when even, rough ratios are used, because it tends to sort of betray what is actually happening underneath of that. And then on top of that, just as an input-output problem. So you also will never fully understand what the inputs may be, right? What participants or belligerents may or may not join, what populations may or may not participate. Like, we assume that it's off of like X demographics. But just for instance, just for a thought experiment here, right? We know Ukraine to have recruited foreign volunteers, right? You wouldn't normally catch that information in Ukrainian demographics. You wouldn't catch that in Russian demographics. Now, I'm not saying that there's some crystal ball here that, new belligerents will join this, but in terms of counting, using the first number of KIA ratios to then extrapolate or over extrapolate and then base it off of, demographics. We can't predict what actual participants may or may not be employed, right? So long as there's disparities between populations or classes between that, you tend to be able to recruit groups or minorities or different sources to fill roles, whether it's a factory role, whether it's a frontline role, right? So I don't know if that's a useful metric unless you actually know how both sides are able to actually staff and add manpower into the current fight. And obviously that's going to be a closely held secret by both parties.
Sure, I appreciate that context. And when you say it's a closely held secret, just as it's difficult to estimate the casualties themselves, it doesn't mean that it's not worth trying to get a bit of a handle on. But I'll digress on that for now. Last points on these offensive sort of related updates. Fourth item back in the nest, tweet from Thomas Tyner, which I'll speak to. Often, for operational security reasons, we don't get great insight into the effectiveness of Russian strikes on, serious Ukrainian military targets. And I totally understand that. There was a Russian missile attack, many of which apparently were targeted at the Starokostiantiniv Air Base, which is reportedly the base where several Su-24 aircraft operate out of, and that they may carry some of the Storm Shadow missiles. So we don't know how successful that attack was. I've seen speculation that, of course, not all Ukrainian Su-24s operate out of that base, and so, ultimately the damage would be prudently limited. But I think it is interesting that the Russians seem to think that the Storm Shadow is such a significant threat that they would launch a very large missile strike in order to, in an effort to overwhelm air defenses with this base as the target. So that's, I think, worthwhile paying attention to. As a final point, and I took this as a bookend to the Michael Weiss article about the West not having perhaps as comprehensive or as nuanced a view as the Russians do. So this bookend is the fifth item back in the nest, a tweet by Phillips O'Brien, who is a professor of war studies, writing in foreign affairs. And O'Brien has developed a name for writing, opinions. Not everybody gets along with him. I often will read his writing as he makes good points or thoughtful points from time to time. And in this article, he's really focused on how this war has defied expectations, and by which he really is drawing into the light some failings that were made by, professional analysts who looked at Russian military capabilities and how things haven't played out the way that they expected, which is a fair point. And I think more important than kind of scoring points on that front is to ask, why would it have defied expectation? And, therefore question our current assumptions to see whether they have the same potential failings as the way that expectations were formed in the weeks before the invasion began. So, if for somebody who's thoughtful about how people project the future, it's probably worth reading O'Brien's article. Okay, I'm going to move on to some updates on equipment. I'm going to go, I think there are maybe 2 blocks in Ukrainian equipment and maybe 3 on Russian. A lot of these are just accumulated facts. Some of them are definitely worth comment. So if you have any thoughts on them, feel free to jump in. They don't form a narrative quite as neatly as do the updates on the offensive. So the first of which will appear in the nest in just a moment. And it is just an update on the most recently announced U.S. drawdown. It was announced on Tuesday. It's a PDA, meaning it's being drawn from existing stocks. It was valued at $400 million. The majority of the items disclosed are various forms of ammunition, artillery, rounds, stingers, and the like. There were 32 additional strikers announced. I see from those who are tracking it closely, I think Colby highlighted this, that would add up to 189 total strikers that had been committed by the U.S. So the numbers are creeping up, drawdown by drawdown, and so 189 is certainly not insignificant. I saw others highlight the fact that included in here were some night vision devices, which, depending on scale, may be particularly helpful to Ukraine. But anyway, it's nice to see that U.S. aid is continuing to flow at a fairly steady pace. The second item back, also relating to U.S. aid, it is Politico, who heard from their sources in the U.S. Defense Department that they believe Abrams will arrive on the Ukrainian battlefield beginning in September. Now, if I remember correctly, I think only 31 Abrams were committed. But again, the U.S. has taken the approach of providing equipment. Sometimes there's a longer time to modify the equipment or have it ordered from the manufacturer, have the Ukrainians complete training. But often when it winds up in Ukrainians' hands, they wind up having considerable success with it. And so I know that there was a lot of political back and forth. The suggestion is that the Abrams were only promised in order for Germany to lighten up on its reluctance to permit the provision of Leopards. But I know there was great debate, including some folks in here engaged in it very publicly, about the value of Abrams to Ukraine. But I remain optimistic that because U.S. equipment of all sorts remains the most available, that hopefully they're employed well, and that it makes the United States open to the idea of providing more. The third item back in the nest is just a clarification. It's so this account, by the way, I mentioned them last week, and I didn't understand their username, which in fact is DE for Germany, aid, UA, Ukraine. So it's German aid to Ukraine.org, which makes sense in retrospect. And they do great work tracking German aid. Their clarification is Zelensky had said that that Germany would be providing 2 additional Patriot defense systems. And in fact, Germany's clarified that what they're providing are 2 launchers, not systems. So that may have just been an accidental misspeaking by Zelensky, but there's the clarification. The fourth item back was an interesting one, given the apparent successes of Ukraine on several of their fronts in the last day or so. I've seen some suggest that as they're storming Russian fortifications, that they would find very helpful smoke rounds to obscure the battlefield. And in fact, it turns out that Germany had previously announced that they had provided 3,000 smoke rounds, but this German aid to Ukraine account has just discovered that they in total have provided now more than 14,000 smoke shells, which is interesting. It might mean that a lot of the drone footage we see of pushes toward the Russian trenches are now shrouded in smoke, but hopefully that helps Ukraine out. The fifth item back in the nest, there had been debate, a bit of fighting between Germany and Poland regarding pricing for repair work on Leopards, and ultimately Germany had appeared to have backed out of the deal with Poland, suggesting they would undertake the repairs themselves. Now it seems like a slightly different deal has been struck, so that Germany will now take over repair of the former Swedish STRV-122s and Leopard 2A6s, but that but that Poland would now take care of repairs to Leopard 2A4s. So it seems like that's a bit of a compromised position. Next block on Ukrainian equipment. Again, kind of a grab bag of facts, but maybe items that you've missed. The first of which is a tweet that was highlighted again by Colby that breaks down the total stockpiles of US 203 millimeter ammunition, which apparently works in some of the larger Soviet designed artillery pieces. And also that information included a breakdown of total stockpiles of the D-Pickham's cluster munitions. So apparently the U.S. had 860,000 203 millimeter rounds in inventory, and had 544,000 rounds of D-Pickham's in 203 millimeter. So those sound like huge stockpiles, suggesting lots of availability for Ukraine if they'd like it. Again, provided the United States is willing to unlock most of the stockpiles. Second, I'll pause. Colby, go ahead.
Thanks. I just want to reiterate, because there persists a lot of misinformation, disinformation about cluster munitions and the stockpile. So the U.S. stockpile is at least approximately 3 million, possibly up to 3.7 million, maybe even more. There's uncertainty in, depending on how we're quantifying it, whether you're just counting the artillery shells or whether you include other cluster munitions, mostly airdropped at this point, that may exist in the stockpile, but it's quite considerable. I was raising the question here whether these 203 millimeter shells were included in those figures, because I don't know whether they are or not. It's a little bit uncertain because these guns have been out of American service for quite some time. And these figures are also from 1995, so they're definitely out of date. Definitely some of these shells have been demilled, but that's what the stockpiles were back then. And in any case, we know that the United States does or has procured some of these shells for Ukraine. I don't actually believe that they came from U.S. inventory, but they did acquire these, the M106. We've seen those shells turn up in Ukraine, and they're being fired by the 2S7s right now, which is very good. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, thanks for those additional details. It's interesting how some of these figures, they exist and you can get them publicly, but you really have to dig into the right sources to find them. And so I'm glad that Colby and others, Cameron and Dr. Paul and some others are working hard to uncover those details. The second item back in the nest is the long-awaited announcement from the United States that they will work together with European allies on F-16 training. That approval had been pending for several weeks, and the announcement is that the European training will now be conducted in Denmark and Romania. But I'm not sure that I've seen any timelines for when that training is expected to be completed. But still, the fact that the go-ahead has been announced is great news. Third item back was just an interesting bit of kit. It's a new unmanned ground vehicle. Interestingly, it carries a directional mine on it, so it's sort of like a Soviet-designed version of the Claymore. And apparently it's, effective against targets out to something like 200 meters. And so lots of people have said that's terrifying. I can't remember who it was. I think it may have been David Helms who said, it's like a Roomba with a Claymore on it. And, that's not far off the truth. But it seems like those types of systems may be, the next field for development after unmanned aerial vehicles. I've seen Russian calls for increased manufacture of UGVs, so we'll just see how that develops. The fourth item speaks to, in negotiation, a breakthrough on a point in the NDAA, which is the Defense Acquisition Act. And apparently what this will require is the establishment of a new office dedicated to auditing U.S. aid to Ukraine. I know that sort of auditing and oversight is something that over several months had delayed approval of some funding, given the United States' apparent long-term commitment to continuing to provide Ukraine what it needs. I think this probably indicates good progress, that it won't be a continued issue, and that they'll have a more permanent office to undertake the function. We'll go to Colby and then to Jane. Go ahead.
Thank you. So this amendment to the National Defense Authorization Act was defeated, so it did not make it into the final bill, and the NDAA did in fact pass the Senate this evening by a margin of 86 in favor to 11 opposed. And now that will go to conference committee for which is the process whereby the Senate version of the bill and the House version of the bill have to be reconciled because they are different. And then once they come to a agreement on a compromise, then it will go to President Biden to get signed.
Michael, I think you're muted, perhaps, or having a mic problem. So I'll just take a second to remind everybody to retweet the space. If you can do so by hitting the button on the lower right-hand corner of the phone, please feel free to do so. If you have any questions or you have updates or you have sources that you wish to share, please do request the mic with the icon in the lower left hand of the phone, and we'll try and get you up. Is my mic working?
Yeah, Jane, did you want to say something?
Sure. I noticed Colby's hand was up. Did you have something else you wanted to say regarding your comment?
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to add, I put up my tweet on this up in the nest, which includes the list of who the no votes on the NDAA were, just the people, for the Americans in the audience who want to see whether your senator is on the list. It's my opinion, you take it or leave it, that this is a very important must-pass piece of legislation. So if your senator is on a list, that is the clown caucus, I would say, unfortunately. So the naughty list.
Jane, did you want to go ahead? And then we'll go to John.
Sure. I'd say that, it's while it is unfortunate that the office that was going to be doing oversight on Ukraine, the aid that was going to Ukraine ultimately failed in the Senate. It's somewhat unsurprising. I think that may have been a mechanism that would have, in theory, assured people that, money was being used as it was authorized to be used. But it seems like there is a percentage of folks in the Congress who really don't like oversight a bit. So I'm not surprised to hear that it failed. There's other considerations at hand, though, but I'm not going to get into it. Colby jumped on this stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to let Colby come back in. I think he's in response, and then we'll go to John.
Thank you. The Department of Defense Inspector General is has been conducting oversight of American aid to Ukraine since the beginning of the war. They continue to publish regular reports. They're quite thorough and comprehensive. I would encourage people to read them if they have questions about this topic. So just to be clear, that there is oversight. It is robust. This amendment wanted to sort of create a more specific oversight mechanism, I guess, rather than just sort of the blanket authority of the DoD IG to oversee all Department of Defense functions. They wanted a dedicated sort of assignment of responsibility to a new office, I guess. So I think that there were concerns about just unnecessarily adding to the bureaucracy at the DoD, which is already quite vast and cumbersome, and is at this point really the main impediment to getting Ukraine military aid in a timely fashion. Trent knows exactly what I mean, given that he worked for the DoD. I think that the sentiment is understood, but I don't think we need more bureaucracy at this stage, and I don't think that the establishment of this office was going to convince anybody who had objections to aid to Ukraine that it's all on the level now, which it is. But if they didn't think that, I don't think that this office was going to change anybody's opinions on that matter. So I think that it was probably the right decision that it got voted down. Thanks.
Thanks for that. We'll go to John, then we'll go to Jane, and then we'll jump ahead to Wagner and developments in Africa. Go ahead, John.
Actually, you guys can skip over me. It was a question for Kobe about the Senate vote, but I found it myself.
Okay. Jane, go ahead.
Thank you. Colby, I don't disagree with you that DoD is. I mean, I too am a former DoD person, so I hear you. And there is a ton of bureaucracy in Washington. I think the idea was because aid to Ukraine is a political hot button, that it may have been a mechanism beyond the Inspector General to provide some type of specific office to deal with it where they had the ball, so to speak, or the hot potato. But hear you, and just wanted to throw that in.
Okay, thanks for that back and forth, guys. The last point on Ukrainian equipment, it's now the fourth item back in the nest. It's just an update. It came a statement by a United States official that now, as between the U.S. and European allies, it's believed that 63,000 Ukrainian troops have been trained, and it's just the gradual updates. I think the last we had heard was a figure presented by a UK official about something like 42 or 44,000. The training outside Ukraine is ongoing, and obviously it's becoming quite substantial when you start talking about 63,000 individuals trained. I'm not going to go into the Russian equipment sections, but I have put them up in the nest. I'll just note that it looks like there are gradual legal steps being taken for conditions for additional mobilization. Everything from expanding the potential age range for mobilization, limiting the movement rights of fighting-aged men, including passport limitations in Chechnya, the new legislation to enable the development of regional fighting units sort of under oblast governors. There are increasing cases of AWOL that was referred to earlier. There's a new method to attempt to account for Russian wounded in action numbers, looking at compensation claims. All of that's interesting. And then in that sort of third item back in the nest, a discussion about how Russian units are now, the law has been changed to allow them to be purchasing goods directly, which is, may create more opportunity for corruption, but may also enable more flexibility. Coverage of the story about huge amounts of non-lethal aid flowing from China, including drones and body armor, and the fact that Shoigu just traveled to North Korea, and some speculation that may lead to North Korea providing some arms, particularly potentially providing additional ammunition. So I leave that for you guys to sort of peruse on your own. Moving on, I did hope to start to get into some of the developments with Wagner. So I'm just putting those up in the nest now, and they'll flow very quickly into some developments in Africa, because which connects because of Wagner's presence there. So it will populate up in the nest in just a moment. But the first is the ongoing tracking of accumulation of Wagner forces in Belarus. As always, some of the best work on this is being done by the Belarusian Hagen project, so it should populate up there in just a moment. The post I chose is from about 2 days ago, and at that point they had noted 10 convoys had arrived, and they believed that may have included up to 3,500 Wagner fighters. However, looking at the Belarusian Hagen project account now, apparently a convoy arrived yesterday and one today. They didn't provide overall numbers, which is why I didn't use those tweets, but it's now up to 12 convoys and something north now of 3,500 fighters. The second item back in the nest it comes from a Ukrainian source. It's the, sorry, what's the...
Yep. Are you good, Michael?
Yeah, I think we have another mic issue, but in the meantime, we did have a new speaker come up, and I saw their hand go up a little bit earlier, so I'm going to go to Chris Stapps. You had a question earlier?
It's much less of a question and more of a comment. Hello, I'm Kristaps Andrejsons. I'm a Latvian journalist, been to Ukraine 3 times now, going to go 4th to the front zone in about 2 days. I also write for Foreign Policy magazine and make my podcast. I was just confused the fact that I hadn't seen this space before, ever, because guys really retweet this because I only saw it because David Helms was speaking. Otherwise, I wouldn't even notice this stuff. It's just that so weird because I've been explaining Russia and Eastern Europe in general for 9 years now, and I literally wrote a whole article explaining what Panyaki and Russian prison laws are and everything. And when you start talking about Wagner, Prigozhin is the reason why I lost my wife, because Prigozhin's trolls called my wife's family and her little sister shot herself, and then also Prigozhin's guys, Wagner group, tried to assassinate me by car bombing me. So I have a lot of things to say about this in Africa connection. Is that wow, hadn't known about you guys at all unless it would be for David who's just popping up. Amazing, because I sit on Mira normally and everything. But the thing about all this is that today all of the propaganda materials are out there about Prigozhin and everything. Did you like his approaches to the troops and everything is weird. And currently all the Z propaganda channels on that Russian side, they're all worried because of Prigozhin's picture. Prigozhin's picture with the Central African president, who's a dictator, of course, but all of the media went just crazy because Z channels like War Gonzo and others, whom I read constantly, they are now making insane amounts of racist comments, especially after South Africa left, and now people are wondering why Putin isn't there, because, he should be and be holding hands, not Prigozhin, because, Prigozhin's a criminal in the Russian constitution. However, I also read up some interesting news from their conference that they're having right now, and they're again doing all these weird things. Like they just signed a deal with Burundi about how they're gonna contain space weapons and how they're gonna build nuclear power plants in Burundi. All this nonsense. The problem here being with Africa is that I don't know how Wagner is gonna get money. How they're gonna get money on this? Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to interrupt and welcome you to and also to let you know and to let the rest of the listeners know that many people are familiar with the space, but obviously you aren't. So I'll just sort of repeat what we sort of go through at the beginning of the space, which is that we usually have our space on Thursdays and Sundays. And the Thursday evening space, Sunday afternoon space, that the Sunday afternoon space sort of is aimed at the European crowd a little bit later in the afternoon in the US, but still manages to appeal hopefully to our European friends. And we also stream the space live on YouTube at the same time. The link to the YouTube is very early up in the nest, and it's also down in the replies. I'll try and move it up to the front. So we welcome you to the space, and another journalist is always welcome. So, but if you had also a question,
I had a question. Yeah, because I've been following a lot of their differences between African people, and I've been interviewing people from South Africa about the so-called Global South. I wonder how this grain deal will change things, because currently Russia seems to be doing everything to kind of prop up some African dictatorships and look good in Africa, despite the fact that they just disrupted the grain deal. And I was just wondering, currently there's a major issue where the Global South, so-called, I don't like the term personally, but the Global South, so-called, especially Africa, they are somewhat friendlier to Russia. They don't see Ukraine as their own problem. And I just wonder, what are your perspectives on how well this whole conference between the African nations and Putin will go, if you look at their attempts at keeping this illusion that everyone outside of the West supports them? Will this influence the propaganda machine? Will this influence stuff? Wagner Group, by the way, is just going to continue their own thing through Belarus. Don't know how they're going to get their funding. They're all a mess now. They're training troops. But I really just wondered, do you have noticed anything important in this context from this?
Thank you.
Kind of the important part. Like, how's it impact anything?
I appreciate that. And if you could, there you go, mute your mic after you've spoken. I'll let OPSEC field this question, and also just point out that we also have Exit here, who has been following the grain aspect among various other tendrils off of the grain aspect of what's going on. So she can also chime in any way she's able to. But go ahead, OPSEC.
Yeah, so, and I'll just keep this very brief. I don't know if Mr. Bond's got his mic working again. The biggest takeaway for me is that I think we had 17 or 18 of the heads of state show up this year, compared to, I think the first one, it was something like 45. So there seem to be some countries that are sort of catching on to this. Also, Putin is now saying he's going to give away grain to certain countries that seems more dependent on their support in the UN than whether or not they need the grain. Obviously, Somalia is one of the recipients. They need the grain, and they've been supporting Russia. But those were the major takeaways. Also, the fact, like you were saying, that Prigozhin's appearing. His name escapes me off the top of my head, but also the arms trafficker also showed up at this conference. But very important players, the most important players to some extent in Africa, such as Nigeria, were absent. And then I think the whole thing is sort of somewhat undermined by the coup that is going on in Niger.
Yeah, and so we do have material for that. We'll get to in just a moment. I'm just going to power through the general Wagner updates. Anyway, and by the way, Kristaps, I'm glad you could join us. Apologies for disappearing there. I should have learned by now that if I try to open a link that is not a Twitter link, just a general link, it sometimes crashes the space. Just continuing through the items in the nest, and we will flow into Africa in just a moment. The second item back is that claim from the Ukrainian source that apparently Wagner is recruiting fighters in Belarus, and they claim, I haven't seen independent corroboration, but they claim that the contract under which they're recruiting fighters includes a condition that they say that they are willing to fight in Poland or Lithuania, which is obviously an incendiary claim. So I'm going to keep my eyes out for corroboration of that. Even if it exists, it may have been done sort of for purposes of, causing making it inflammatory, whether it's trolling or otherwise, but certainly a claim that's out there. Yep. So, Christoph, I'm just going to go through one or two more points. I'll come to you as I transition material. So the third item back in the nest is a link to a Reuters article that notes that apparently there are discussions ongoing between Poland, Lithuania, and one or two other countries about the potential to close the Belarus-EU border entirely if there are any inflammatory incidents that happen with the Wagner Group. And I think that this information is leaking out on the expectation that if there were provocations, for the purposes of distracting or inflaming tensions or trying to take advantage of differences of opinion in NATO, they're making clear right off the bat that if there's anything of that kind that happens, they're just going to shut down the border, which, is an interesting set of conversations. The fourth item back in the nest, a tweet from Mark Krutov. Apparently, he is, by the way, one of the editors at Radio Free Europe. And there were reports he's seen that apparently Wagner fighters are already beginning to leave Belarus for Africa and the Middle East, and has information that one of the most recent departures was July the 12th, and even has information on how the trip proceeds via Kazakhstan and, has insight into the route. So that's interesting news there. I'll put up the next set of material, and while I do that, Kristaps, please go ahead.
I'd just like to remind you that previously, about a week ago, Putin made territorial claims about Poland in the meeting of Russian Security Council. So no wonder there. It's all tied together. Let me quote you. Quote, "It was thanks to the Soviet Union, thanks to Stalin's position, that Poland received significant tracts of land in the West that belonged to Germany. It is true, the western territories of modern Poland were a gift from Stalin to the Poles. Did our friends in Warsaw forget about this? We'll remind them." No, they of course didn't even mention the fact that Stalin invaded Poland together with Hitler, but no one cares about that stuff. This is how they're going to portray everything today, since let me remind you that today is going to be a great day of Russian propaganda happening on, since this is their baptism of Rus. In 1988, Vladimir the Great baptized Kiev and Rus and made Russian Orthodox, and there's a lot of stuff about this. But I think I would explain this, tied it together with these Polish actions and everything. As today's propaganda lecture for what Solovyov and everyone is supposed to say contains a lot of words about evil Poles who oppressed with Catholic, who quote Polish kings planted Catholicism and unionism of the occupied native Russian territories in order to fracture and subjugate the people. It's just that rhetoric that he needs some sort of outside enemy. He can't really hate on Kiev of today that much. Well, he does a lot, but still, there's a need of outside enemy of different religious faith that's kind of big and next door. I think that any war with Poland and Lithuania is just silly. They weren't going to do that. It's just that for their own internal people, they need to show that in this day when they're fighting against everyone and probably going to have a mobilization, Poland is a nice outside enemy to just threaten with. While Lithuania, though, my neighbors to the south, no clue. But this whole idea about hating Poland, that comes up every time Putin feels a bit weak, because Poland's like the number one enemy that he can actually hate. And, this fact that Wagner recruiting kind of works nicely. Thank you.
Yeah, those are good points. We've been following that theme about provocation toward Poland, which seems to have been developing for the last week or so. And I thanks for raising that point. I did see the comments about Poland ceding Catholicism into Russia and so on. So that seems to be just continuation of the theme. We'll go to Cautious quickly, and then we'll keep going. Go ahead, Cautious.
Yeah. So I just kind of wanted to ask about what are the possibilities that something can grow into an Article 5 kind of conflict? Because from my perspective, I feel like that's still fairly far away. And even if, well, I won't say this. I'll just say that, the border that exists between the, Belarus and Ukraine and the European Union, as soon as that line is crossed by any amount of military force by Russia, that will be met with the same force or more. And I honestly, I'm curious about what people think about if Russia were to cross that line, into Poland or into whatever European country that is in NATO. What is that line that would need to be crossed for any actual, like real kind of consequential intervention that would be met? What would it take for that to happen?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure we're going to have time to explore it fully, in that there is debate over whether Article 5, when exercised, requires specific military response. I think the wording is, the treaty members have to take appropriate action for the defense of their treaty allies. But what appropriate action, I understand there's a little bit of wiggle room. The reason I highlighted this discussion about closing the border with Belarus is because I see it not as just encompassing action that crosses the border and is clearly an Article 5 violation, but it's provocations that are short of triggering that obligation. And it's more about, to my eye, a warning about if, you try to interfere with us or manipulate us by threat, even without crossing the border, we will close the border, and that will have, diplomatic and economic implications. So maybe more as a warning to the host Belarusian government to keep a tighter rein on Wagner than they might otherwise would. David, go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me, Michael?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, I'm just going to lay this out there real quick. My thing is on the tactical side, as you know. And I mean, God, Belarus has 3 brigades that are actually manned. The other 3 aren't manned. They're just in cadre status. Russia's already pulled back a majority of the weapons they've, quote, loaned Belarus over the years. They didn't actually give them. They loaned them the tanks, the artillery pieces, the ammo and such. There is a division of Russians training in Belarus, but I believe the reason why they're doing that is because Belarus has training grounds for the 6th Motorized Rifle Division, and as long as those units are training in Belarus, they're like deployed, so they don't have legal rights like they would in Russia. In Russia, they could just lay down their weapons and just go home because it's not a war. But in Belarus, they're deployed, so they're just there for training. So there's no operational combat units in Belarus. Wagner's turned in all their gear, all their heavy gear. They don't have any tanks or air defense or anything like that. And so when you stack up the Baltic states alone, the 3 of them could probably, without Poland's input, could probably stop any move out of Belarus. And even with their donation of equipment to Ukraine, and then if you put Poland in there, I think they got 5 divisions. And I think what would probably happen is the Polish would be rushing stuff up there just to get kill credit, to put it bluntly. So the tactical side, there's no way that they could get more than 50 feet probably inside either one of those countries, Lithuania or Poland. That's just my input. Thanks.
Thanks for that. I'm with you on the imbalance, and that it's unlikely, which is again why I'm highlighting that it seems like this is more of a diplomatic statement by those countries to prevent even the threat, just so that they don't have to move into a zone of uncertainty is my thinking. But go ahead, David.
The reason why I bring this up is I do spaces too, and I have a lot of people contacting me out of fear. The Wagner seems to be the big bad boogeyman in the room, and if you don't know much about it, having done research about it, all you know is they took Bakhmut. So obviously there are 50,000 fighters with tanks and artillery and air defense and aircraft and this and space vehicles and whatever. And I actually have to talk people down and say, look, they're a cadre force now. They're in a country with no ability to project force, and they're going to hurt themselves because the countries, the Baltics and Poland are eventually going to say, we've had enough, and I think it's more of Belarus painting themselves in a corner, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, thanks for that. I agree with that sentiment. I'm glad that you're with us to contribute to our effort to be the voice of reason. Kristaps, I see your hand. I'm going to highlight these 3 or 4 items in the nest.
I just wanted to respond to the previous speaker. That's an important part because about
sure. Can you keep it to
yesterday?
Yeah, sure. Can you keep it to about a minute?
Yeah, sure. The thing is, Prigozhin just registered a new company for himself, which is apparently going to be taking now care of the feeding of the Belarusian side. The same Concordia he had before, registered in the same village where this training camp is located. And secondly, they had only trucks before, but today, yesterday by my time, first 6 armored infantry fighting vehicles arrived there as well. That was reported. So they're there. Finally, from my own sources, I know that Prigozhin is actively funding smuggling to organized crime inside of Russia, and I presume that Prigozhin's stay in Belarus is the fact that to complicate these issues because Putin's afraid of the gang wars as well. But yeah, Prigozhin's now going to try to feed the Russian army, and now they have some IFVs, so some other equipment must be followed. They might get something slowly, but there's like about 3,000 men there or something. Thank you. I just wanted to respond on that.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Belarusian Agent Project noted about 3,500 so far, but then we also heard from Mark Krutov that apparently some Wagner fighters are already beginning to leave Belarus for Africa. So to run through and by the way, David, I see your hand up, but it was up before, so I think it was just residual.
Yeah, just one real quick thing.
Sure.
There's a lot of reports coming out of Krasnor. Krasnor, the beaches there. They say that there's several towns that are overrun with Wagner. They went down there after the war. After their part of the war, they're tearing up the area. The National Guard has had to be pulled out, and supposedly when they're done down there, they're going home. They're not going to Belarus. This is it for them. So the large amount of troops that went down there, they're done with the war. They're going home.
Yeah, Wagner related accounts did say that many of the convicts were essentially taking breaks, like in hotels.
This is not just convicts. This is if you weren't picked out to be one of the guys to go up to Belarus, you were told either sign a contract with the MOD or go home. And I'm not in the Telegram channels I'm seeing nobody signed a contract. So I'm not saying nobody did, but I'm not seeing anybody sign a contract. They're done with it, and they're taking the money and spending it and going home.
Well, that's interesting. We'll keep an eye on that. Okay, I'm going to run through a couple more quick points that are general on Wagner. Then we're going to go to Africa, and we're going to talk about Africa. Up in the nest, just an update. We already heard U.S. intelligence agencies say that they were aware of the Wagner revolt before it was due to occur, even though they didn't know the specific targets. Then we heard, subsequent to that Germany had access to the communications between Lukashenko and Prigozhin. So we're hearing about different Western intelligence agencies getting insights into the whole process. Now in the nest, you'll see this tweet links to the French newspaper L'Opinion, and they're saying that the French DGIS, I believe, also had some insight into the revolt prior to it occurring. So if you are into studying espionage and the intelligence aspects, you might want to look at what insight the French intelligence had. The second item in the nest is a new report coming from a United Kingdom parliamentary committee. It's on Wagner's engagement in Africa. This was characterized by many of those who read it as a scathing, report, essentially saying that there was this entity that was committing atrocities in several countries, but that the United Kingdom didn't have a plan for how to deal with Wagner. That apparently they didn't even really have a great definition about how to define the scope of Wagner. And that much more should have been done. Hopefully this report will now spur considerably more action to be taken by the United Kingdom. The third item back in the nest is for those who are still wondering why the United States has not designated has not designated Wagner as a terrorist organization. It sort of has a sub-categorization that is short of that. There's this new article in Foreign Policy by Amy McKinnon that goes into some of the debates back and forth. We talked about this a fair bit, 6 or 8 months ago. I know we talked about it many times, about the pros and cons of that terrorist organization label. And they still haven't reached the point where they've decided it's worthwhile, in that it's a blunt tool and probably not appropriate, or that there are certain cons to its application to Wagner. So this is in some ways a refresher to those who heard those conversations. The fourth item back, and I believe the last item before we get to the African angles, is this article by Mark Krutov. Again, he's talking about a publication that came out from the Insider about Prigozhin's personal proclivities, his preference for young girls, and some of his odd behavior. What caught my attention was this tweet by Krutov, who essentially said, hey, we covered many of these same elements over the years, like 2-3 years ago. But now they're breaking and it's catching everybody's attention because Prigozhin is much more high profile now. But we were talking about it years ago and nobody cared then. So that's an interesting angle. But in this way, you can see the crazy claims about Prigozhin, and the recent claims appear to have been fairly supported because, again, they were reported by others years ago. Okay. Now I'm going to get into some of the connection between Wagner and developments in Africa. So there is an African summit, African Leader Summit, that's being held in St. Petersburg. I believe it's on the 27th and the 28th. And what caught people's attention is the fact that Prigozhin was pictured with several African dignitaries. And that there were several sort of protests going on at the same time. So if you have a look up in the nest, you'll see the tweet from Piotr Sauer, who writes for I believe it's the Wall Street Journal. And so Prigozhin was pictured with several people, including this journalist who's from Cameroon. He writes for Afrique Media, which is apparently a very pro-Russian outlet. And if you have a look at the second item back in the nest, the tweet from Katerina Doxy, he was also pictured with the Central African Republic's chief of protocol. And it looks like Prigozhin was not invited directly to the summit, but that he has been meeting with these African, they're not the leaders, right, in the photographs. They're sort of sub-connections, but people who have influence and potentially access to the leaders. So the chief of protocol would obviously have connections to the leadership of the Central African Republic, and these media folks would have influence in the region. But interestingly, he's not at the summit itself. He appears to be at a hotel nearby. And so it's not clear whether, clearly the Kremlin is permitting him to be there, potentially because they need his assistance in managing these relationships. They don't think that they can take over Wagner's Africa operations effectively without these personal connections. But at the same time, they're not permitting him to be at the summit. He's having these meetings in his hotel, which is interesting. Whereas other, high-profile people, for example, OPSEC a moment ago referred to Viktor Bout, who is the Russian arms dealer who was held by the United States for several years and ultimately traded back to Russia for Brittany Griner. He was pictured at the summit. And so, interesting, Prigozhin is not permitted to be there. You'll also see that if you look at the first item in the nest, there are, at the same time that some of these African leaders are attending the summit in Russia, there are also some protests or influence operations that are taking place in Africa itself. So this tweet from Jack Margolin shows sort of a little photo op in support of Russia and Wagner specifically. See, they're holding up the Wagner flags in Bamako, which is intriguing. So Prigozhin is having all of these meetings. It's interesting that the Kremlin is permitting him to carry on these activities. As OPSEC referred to, however, it seems like the summit overall is not that big a success. You'll see in the fourth tweet back in the nest from Max Seddon that last year 43 heads of state from Africa attended this same summit, whereas this year only 21 are. And so it seems like Russia's reputation in the region is keeping several leaders away. I think these are all interesting developments. But that first item, the picture in the tweet from Jack Margolin of the PR op in Bamako, others have pointed out that these appear to be carefully orchestrated appearances, but that some of the latest developments in Mali and in the coup in Niger don't appear to be purely driven by Wagner. So we'll get into that as I put resources up in just a moment. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Gurney and then to Christops. So go ahead, Gurney.
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Michael. So I know the resources at the top of the nest tend to come fast and furious. I'm trying to keep up with the resources that come up there, but there was an article up there from an info at _FR. I just wanted to understand what was your extrapolation of that. It was in reference to Wagner. It's behind a paywall, but I just want to make sure I'm keeping up in terms of what's being said there. So do you have an encapsulation of what was said or a thought on that or the resources that's up there?
Sure. So that one caught my attention just because there were several other countries that highlighted, or sort of advertised that they had insight into the events around Wagner's revolt in advance. And so the United States, some officials came out and said, yes, we had inclination that there was a buildup of Wagner hardware, and we thought that tensions were such that there would be the significant movement in the next few days. And then Germany came out and said that they had access to the communications between Lukashenko and Prigozhin when they were negotiating with Lukashenko as a proxy for Putin. And so this article that I've put up is discussing how the French intelligence agency sources are now claiming that they had insight into the Wagner revolt in advance of it occurring. And, I don't know that they have, I don't think that the article discloses any particular, like the German angle of access to specific communications. I think it may be more of a, hey, we had our own sources and we knew something was brewing. But it's just intriguing to me how many Western agencies appeared to say they have these insights. Interesting that the United States came out and made the claim within days, and that this source from French intelligence is only coming out weeks later with similar information. So I don't have much more detail than that, but go ahead, Gurney.
Yeah. So do they make any specific claims in the article, or they're generalized. I'm trying to understand it in terms of positioning and jockeying. I mean, American intelligence, German intelligence, French. But I look at the article and I can't see, unfortunately, behind the paywall. But are they making any claims that have specificity to it?
I don't have any specific claims from the article to hand to you. What I might suggest is I've had some luck with paywall items. If you take the URL and you go to archive.is and put the URL in there, occasionally, if you or somebody has saved a copy to the archive, you can get access to an article in that way. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't have too much more detail for you there, other than to highlight that the French also claimed they were on top of the matter.
Gotcha. Okay. So just an announcement. So archive.is, right? Just so people know about that, right? That leads to maybe 5 or 6 domains: Moldova, Iceland, Liechtenstein, a couple others. People should be aware before they click archive.is to archive an image that says, yes, it's my web page. I'm going to put it there for forever. I just want to say that might be a resource that's, it may be controversial in terms of what it's attempting to do and the domains it's trying to go to. But aside from that, I mean, to put the French article in perspective, which I don't know what they're making claims, right? But at the outset of 2022, with renewed hostilities from Russia, continuing from 2014, I just want to say the French intelligence claimed, or not French intelligence, but France had claimed to make superior claims relative to Russian objectives and Russian goals, and some of those sort of were either unsubstantiated or fell flat on their face with the onset of renewed Russian aggression in February of 2022. So I just want to put that out there. I can't see it to evaluate it, but and just be careful with the archive.is.
Yeah, thanks for that. I hadn't heard that suggestion about archive.is. I do know that there were some concerns about the quality of French intelligence at the beginning of the war, but sort of in the same way, I'm not in a position to evaluate the German claims of access to the Lukashenko communications. I kind of have to report. I report the report, but appreciate the additional thoughtfulness. We'll go to Kristaps quickly, and then we'll go to the next 2 updates on developments in Niger and then developments in Mali. Go ahead, Kristaps.
First of all, for at least Foreign Policy magazine, you can just use incognito mode that usually works to bypass the paywall. Secondly, if you need something from Lukashenko, I'm in touch with Belarus partisans and everyone, and I have the contacts who can get me Lukashenko communications, so I'll get you some for the next week. It's fine. But I'm just writing an article for Latvian media about the whole Africa Convention thing. The thing is that everyone seems to be super worried. One thing that probably people in the West didn't notice is the fact that Patriarch Kirill, that was dragged up out there, mentioned that basically he misspoke the name of Putin, and Putin just stared at him. Everyone just seems to be dragged there very nervously. It's like something that they hadn't expected. Patriarch Kirill, also known as KGB agent Gudyaev, called Vladimir Putin Vladimir Vasilyevich, although he's Vladimir Vladimirovich. And also, Wagner Group, well, they're doing their own things, funding their organized crime. There are 2 important matters that have caused a lot of issues among the Z patriots who support the war. One of them is that Somali has been forgiven debts of $690 million, which, is very shady if you look at the whole indebtedness, like the debt load of the average Russian family, which is about 17% of Russian families have a debt load of about 80%. Some of them have less, but a lot of them. Total debt load is insane in Russia, and they're taking payday loans. And this is also exuberated by the fact that AvtoVaz, the guys that make Lada, also this Congress announced that they will now restore a factory of theirs in Egypt where they're going to be conflicted, which is going to now cause another fuss by Girkin supporters and everyone on the right side of the opposition of Putin. Because, this is all another reason why Putin's friends can just grab more money. Another conflict because no one understands why this existed. No one understands why Putin needed this besides random diplomatic reasons to get some buddies who can vote for him in the United Nations. But this whole Congress has very much angered the whole local Russian population, especially since they have been, fed very racist propaganda through Solovyov and Margaret Simonyan. Just saying that economical reasons there are much more important because Prigozhin, what he's doing, he's mostly just playing up his own interests. He's not planning anything crazy, and he's not a tool of Kremlin at this point. Kremlin is just too busy dealing with more votes in the United Nations. That's at least what I know about this whole situation. Thank you. And I'm sorry for speaking so fast. It's just that I'm just getting bullet points from my article. I'm going to have to get used to your space. I'm sorry for the chaos. I'm usually much better. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. We no need to rush. But I know I sometimes go fast, particularly because we're a little bit over time already. And I just want to cover a few last points. So I wanted to speak to some of the developments in Mali and Central African Republic first, and then to the latest developments of the coup in Niger, which has happened just in the last day. So if you look at the first item in the nest, there is an upcoming referendum in the Central African Republic in order to amend the constitution. It's set for July the 30th, so just on Saturday. And apparently it will remove the limit on number of presidential terms that are possible, which could enable the current president to serve an unlimited period. And it's believed that Wagner is, supporting the president in this effort. So it's to, I raise this as something to watch for in the next couple of days as an opportunity for, Wagner to earn some quid pro quo by supporting the president in the changing of the constitution there. And perhaps it's therefore no surprise that Prigozhin was then seen photographed with one of his senior officials. The second item back in the nest is a link to a new Human Rights Watch report on gross human rights abuses by Wagner in Mali, and this is about several different massacres. So I know that some folks have been unhappy with Human Rights Watch in its approach to things like the use of cluster munitions in Ukraine and the like, but clearly they do keep an eye on important developments in other parts of the world. So check out that report. It was retweeted by our friend Cassis Belli, who is paying close attention to African issues. The third item back in the nest, this is more of a novelty, but that apparently after the departure of the UN MINUSCA program, now Wagner has been photographed using some of the airport facilities that were built and dedicated to that program. So it's interesting how there's almost a direct, physical transfer of useful assets from this UN program to Wagner, and specifically a fairly well-known aircraft that's owned directly by Prigozhin was photographed parked in that hangar. And so, of course, that tweet comes from Gerjon, who does some excellent flight tracking. So check his account out. The fourth item back in the nest is an update on how the United States has just applied some new sanctions to some individuals in Mali who are supporting Wagner efforts there, to Wagner efforts to corrupt the local government. This post is by our friend OPSEC, and he did some interesting digging into the named individuals who were sanctioned and found this weird rabbit hole with regard to one individual who goes by the name Lieutenant Colonel Bagayoko. And apparently there were various spellings, and it's a fairly common name. So he was trying to, there were some misidentifications that were going around, and he did a bit of digging to try to find the specific lieutenant colonel that was sanctioned. And apparently he is, photographs of him are very rare. So this was an interesting bit of OSINT work. So I appreciated that effort from OPSEC. And if OPSEC, if you have any comments on how that went, if you're continuing the search, I would love to hear them.
Yeah, and again, I can keep this brief, but essentially I was just, when I was putting that first tweet together when the news first came out, I like including the pictures if I can find them. And I noticed that none came up for Bagayoko. So I thought that was curious. I've been following Molly for a long time. They normally include a lot of pictures. They're normally very bad pictures, but you can find most people in sort of that upper echelon. So I thought that was weird. So I just started trying to find, similar names. I was able to find 2 different colonels with that name, with the last name, but neither of them shared the first name. So I just went through this yearly report that Molly puts out every single year since the 60s that highlights people that are up for commendations and promotions. And I found Adamama. So I was able to confirm that this person actually does exist. But again, could not find them in any of the press releases. So to make a long story short, basically I found the role of this person in one of the later reports. And then I found someone with the name Isa, who shared the same title, which is the region number 1 commander, essentially. And so I started looking around for any sort of information that would tie these 2 people together. The other problem is they wear different insignias on their uniform. I think it depends on the uniform and the role they're playing. So in some of these pictures, he's wearing 1 star. I found one where he was wearing 2 stars, and then other times he's wearing the more traditional colonel epaulets. And just went back through all of these stories, looking for anything else that would corroborate it. I finally found a misspelling of his last name, but with his correct first name. So why he chooses to use the Isa on his official reports and on these press releases, I couldn't tell you. But I was able to find this person, confirm him, find one before, so a press release before that latest yearly update that includes his real name, and a press release after confirming that this is the same person who was in command of region number 1. And then I was able to finally find a picture of him with his epaulets, just him as the senior commander, because a lot of these, you've got a lot of colonels and major colonels and lieutenant colonels, and was able to put together, okay, this is the guy. I went back through all of the other stories to confirm that the same person shows up every single time they talk about Isa. He does. So with relative confidence, we can tell that this is actually the guy. And like I said, I finally found one with the first name and a misspelled last name. That is the only time you see those 2 really together outside of those yearly reports.
Well, that's pretty cool. It's maybe the unglamorous elements of OSINT, but the nitty gritty to make sure you're dealing with the right person. And it's interesting when you mentioned that in the initial, other tweets, other coverage of the new sanctions, that people were using the picture of the wrong individual. By correcting the record, that helps in that, in future, a couple of years from now, if somebody looked back and saw that picture of the wrong individual associated with that name, it would be easy for that, error to propagate. So, I'm sure it takes a lot of time to find something you'd think would be, straightforward, but it's probably worth it. Exit.
Yeah, I probably watched about an hour and a half worth of video, just pausing every single time I saw a name tape I could actually read.
Yeah, I've been there. It's not fun, but there's definitely a certain drive. You have to want to solve the problem pretty strongly. Exit, do you want to go ahead?
OPSEC, I wondered if you could maybe explain if there's any specific significance to the sanctions in general, just that they were, or who they sanctioned, those types of things.
So I think the biggest part of this is these are the people that, they're sort of top brass. And the fact that these were the people who organized. So you'll notice that you have sort of like the chief of staff of all of the military, and then you have the head of the Air Force. And then you have, they're saying second in command. It looks like his primary role is still region number 1. but it's kind of a nod to his importance. But two of these people are with the Air Force. They're the ones that coordinated bringing Wagner into the country. So I don't necessarily think that these are the people who made the decision to bring them there. They probably influenced it, but these are the guys that helped coordinate the whole thing. And if you look at like the very early, like the first footprint that we saw of Wagner, it was at the international airport. And so these were the guys who were probably assisting Wagner in building that infrastructure.
It's interesting that the U.S. has decided to move on to sanctioning the locals. I wonder if they're more effective targets in terms of limiting their ability to transfer assets to the United States than potentially the Wagner operatives themselves. Sorry, hands are going up and down, so I'm going to go to Exit, whose hand is up at the moment.
I guess the other kind of OSINT related question, you have followed Wagner for a very long time. How useful is your background knowledge and understanding all of that history and the fact that you have been so involved in following them? How useful is that when it comes to a situation like this that you're trying to sort out?
So, I mean, yeah, actually, I do think it is useful. I think this was easier than working on identifying people who might be connected with Wagner. So I think a lot of the Wagner guys are really good about not showing their faces, but you know, there were certain entities over time where people who were following Wagner were able to start to see patterns and see different people like 500 who used to run the gray zone who would pop up in various different places. And then we saw some of these guys go into Ukraine, but Ukraine is a completely different situation, and the scope of Wagner has changed so much. The fact that Prigozhin came out, I think, caught me off guard. I think it caught a lot of other people off guard, and the organization looks the same in some aspects in terms of what they're doing in like Central African Republic or Syria or Libya overall than it used to.
Jacoby, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, OPSEC. I'm curious about what's going on in Niger, and to the extent that you've been following it, that there doesn't seem to be a direct presence of Wagner in Niger. There doesn't seem to be a direct presence of Russian influence, or I should say an overt presence influencing what's happening in the government right now on the part of Russia. Do you look at have you been looking at that yourself? I know you're mostly focused on Mali, but obviously very engaged in what's going on in Niger as well.
So I think we would know. So the situation in Mali, I think it was very apparent even before the coup. Before Barkhane pulled out, so that would have been like December of 2021 that Wagner was coming into the airport. With the infrastructure that the United States has in place in the international airport in Niamey, it would be very difficult for them to just sort of sneak onto the scene. I think when you look at those three countries, so if you look at Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger, there's far less, that it still exists and it's significant, but there's far less anti-West sentiment in Niger compared to those other two. And just because there's anti-West sentiment doesn't necessarily directly translate into pro-Russian sentiment. So I don't think that's as much of a factor here. I think, you know, when they came out today and talked about France flying in this airplane, I don't know if you guys are interested in talking about. And with that statement this morning, it kind of gave away maybe a little bit of, you know, why they were doing this, or, you know, why they're saying they're doing it. And that is in part anti-French sentiment, but I don't think that necessarily or directly translates into pro-Russian sentiment. And I'm not sure how widely held that is within the FAN or the armed forces.
And there is a series of materials on the ongoing coup in the nest. I've highlighted a couple of accounts in the first few tweets that do great work there. So the first is a tweet by Jules Duhamel, and he has a little bit of on-the-ground mapping from early in reports of the coup. Of course, the second item back in the nest is OPSEC's coverage of it, which is terrific. This is just one example of his tweets. I'd encourage you to check out his profile to follow the developments as they continue. The third item back there is from Cassius Belli, who is a friend of ours who came to chat about Wagner's engagement in Mali. He's covering the developments in Niger as well. And then you can see that in these sort of fourth, fifth, sixth tweets in the nest, that goes to a discussion of the importance of Niger to the security structure of the region. Both for France and the United States, how there are 2 U.S. bases in the country. And then there's some discussion from Cassius Belli, you'll see, about how there may be pro-Russian cells that are engaging, or trying to take some advantage, make some PR gains, but that it doesn't seem as if, it's being driven by Russian interests. As a final point, and I know there are a bunch of hands up, so I will go to them in a moment, but as a final point, the sixth item back in the nest, there's this map going around that shows several of sort of the Central African countries, including, the CAR, Niger, Chad, Sudan, Burkina Faso, and suggesting that many of them have had coups in the last few months. Several of them have Wagner presence, and the suggestion is being made that it's all pro-Russian influence. Well, that's true to heavily varying degrees, and I think a lot of people would suggest this map of just drawing a loop around those countries is overly simplistic. And that doesn't really go to the causes or the degree of infiltration of Russia in those countries. But I just wanted to put it out there as I see it starting to go around fairly widely. I'm going to go to OPSEC first because I know his expertise in the area. Then I'm going to go to Jacoby as co-host. So go ahead, OPSEC.
Oh, I was just going to briefly expand on those countries. So Germany has a logistics hub there, Italian forces, Canadian forces, a lot of them. The United States and France have been using these 2 airstrips. There's other infrastructure, but the 2 airstrips mostly for counterterrorism. Germany was using it for logistics and supplies, especially when they were supporting MINUSMA, and the Italians and Canadians, as well as the French, Americans, and Germans, were also engaged in training.
Yeah, thanks for the additional detail there on Niger. And I understand the situation there. May not be completely settled. It may have been wishful thinking a little bit, but I did see a report from, I think, a cabinet member suggesting that not the entirety of the armed forces are on board with the coup, and that, suggesting there may be still some scope for negotiation. But I'll just ask OPSEC, do you get a sense of, is this now a done deal and there will definitely be a change in power?
So I think that there's already been, to some extent, a change in power. They've set up a new government. They've shut down all services. It's interesting. The entire time until they made that statement, the airport was pretty much operational. After that, NOTAM was put out very slowly that the location was closed. I think it is more or less over. I'm interested to see what ECOWAS ends up doing. That's the economic union down there with states in the greater Sahel. I think had they been able to make it through the night, there might still be more hope. I think the whole way this unfolded, there's a whole lot more to learn because this started with the Presidential Guard. And if you look at the most recent one, Special Forces and the FAN seem to be backing Bazoum. So I don't know if this was sort of a coup of opportunity for them, because you'll notice that the person who started it within the Presidential Guard shows up in the background of that first video. Have not seen or heard much of him since. So the whole thing evolved in a very odd way, because we were still hearing ultimatums coming from the army up until a few hours before that announcement. And when I first saw that, I actually thought that was the end of the coup, or the end of the uprising. But
yeah, I'm sure there's a lot more to learn. I didn't exactly see the order. I'm going to go to Jacoby as co-host, and we'll see from there.
Thank you. OPSEC, I've also wonder if you've, looking at Niger as you do, whether you look, very closely or cursorily at the politics of the government there, in that, as I understand it, from both looking at some of what Casus Belli has said and posted, and some other sources I've looked at and heard from, that Mamadou Issoufou, and who is the prior head of state, and President Bazoum, they're of the same party, and that there are some who would characterize their power situation up until now is that that Bazoum is sort of an underling of Issoufou's, and that political situation has been something that's been brewing. The frustration with that has been brewing for some time, and that that also speaks to whether or not there were outside forces really at work here. And it's something that certainly seems to be being played on by the Russian government right now, and Russian propagandists. And I've seen a post or two putting together a map of like Mali, Niger, Chad, and Sudan as these countries where Russia may, or Russian friendly forces may be exerting influence, but that is a huge stretch of the facts and the circumstances, and that really this is an internal political situation primarily, even if it's sort of weirdly come about. It's not the first time in my recollection that a coup of this kind, that hasn't, a bullet hasn't been fired and there's been a change in administration, or the military taking over.
Yeah, so to some extent, I do follow the politics. So with Issoufou, the understanding that I had was this was a democratic transition. They met that threshold, kind of just barely, but it was. I don't know how much control he still asserts over Bazoum. And if you remember in 2021, when there was this transfer of power, there actually was a small attempted coup at that time as well. So I think it's an important aspect, but it's not what I focus on the most, I would have to say.
But not that you don't, it's not that it's not important, it's not the focus of what you look at, generally speaking, for the work that you do, or the focus that you have.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's a bit of a blind spot. Like, I am aware of the general tensions. I was obviously following that transition because that's a very awkward time for a country. I thought we had sort of made it out of that window, especially when they were able to put down that coup. There seemed to be a general support for Bazoum. It seemed to be more centered on grievances within the Presidential Guard, maybe more so than the larger FAN, which leads me to believe that there still are aspects and elements of the FAN that would still be loyal to Bazoum, but maybe just want to avoid that bloodshed. And I do think it is a problem to not incorporate more of that. And I think that's something that I'd like to get better at, because there's always this risk of securitization of pretty much everything, all in everything. But most of my focus has been on the spillover by the borders and what that has meant for those communities, and what the presence of the United States, Canada, French, all those countries has meant in terms of allowing organizations to move in and, you know, set up hospitals in the capital, or like Friends of Niger, Care Niger, or Plan International, being able to have a region or a country within that region that is secure enough where they feel that they can operate. And I think I was getting stuck in this sort of like Trump era mindset, but I think people like Samantha Powers were making really big inroads with things like USAID. I think the State Department was changing their posture as well. I think, you know, the countries that are helping in terms of the security environment were trying to take a more understanding role, you know, being seen more as a force there to assist and secure those borders, rather than just there to use those airports to strike into Mali.
So I think that the order was Kristaps, John, and then Exit. And so we'll go on that basis. So go ahead, Kristaps.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say nice to see someone else who has studied the orchestra for a bit. Yeah, the thing is that I want to mention is that over there, the Wagner in Africa is always the old Wagner. They do not do the same meat assaults as they did in Bakhmut. There is nowhere near the level of 1 to 185 casualty losses, which is an important fact. It's the old Bakhmut, old Wagner, with the sense that they are also using the funds they're not going to the Russian government. The Wagner has like the decrease in size, but what I always say, they are funding organized crime in Russia. They are planning for stuff. They're funding the Vori, doing all their drug trade deals. I don't really think that Putin is directly planning something with Prigozhin here. I'm just thinking that Putin really doesn't have any power to stop him at this point, because Prigozhin has made some threats. But that's just my opinion over there. And secondly, I agree with Jacoba here that I don't think Russia was directly involved in the messing up all the situation in this area, but they certainly want to make it look like that happened, because Putin was recently humiliated by the fact that he couldn't go to South Africa, after all, as he really wanted to show some things. And with the current events going on in Petersburg, Africa conference thing, I think this is a way how, you know, if Putin can convince his African colleagues that have arrived at this conference that, look, I can create coups and whatever, and with his propaganda machine and everything, I think that he plans to use this as some tool to exert influence. Because for one, I don't really think Putin has much to do with it, even if Wagner does, because Wagner and Putin at this point are really two separate entities. They are by no means looking eye to eye. Putin's becoming more paranoid. And I think that, at least what I know also from literally calling people and talking to them, that currently everyone's, like the towers of Kremlin are fighting against each other. This is not something that Putin could have planned in advance. He's not a master strategist. He might be a good tactician, but he's definitely trying to use some of his PR as his best move. So I have to agree with Jacoba. I think it's mostly internal issues, but it's also like Putin is just using the crisis to maybe turn away the Europe's security community's eyes from what's happening in Ukraine, especially since it was our most center of attention here. And again, I'm sorry, I'm just waking up eating breakfast, and English was not my native language, so if I misspell something, please forgive me about that. But yeah, I think that what we're going to see next is that if we're going to see more coups, we will see loud yells from Russian propaganda claiming some sort of responsibility as a way to prop up their own strength after the obvious weakness in which Putin was put into. I really consider that the most important thing the West could do right now is provide support or just take a stance in general in this area and sort this thing out as fast as possible, and just, you know, instead of Putin just claiming and showing some OSINT details and like some Chinese influence in some matters, if the West want to truly crush Putin's ideas and his influence in the region and also in the Eastern European parts, which are more friendly to Putin, then if West should show some clear support on one side or another and just be open about this, I think this could damage Putin's reputation even further than it already has. Yeah, thank you.
So, OPSEC, I saw your hand go up. Do you want to go ahead, and then we'll go to John?
Yeah, and I'll keep this brief, but when he says the old Wagner, I think that is where a huge misconception in the West, and a lot of people who talk about what they see with Wagner, like he said in Bakhmut, or that they were operating in Ukraine. Yes, some of their operators did make it into Ukraine, but the ones who are in Africa are the ones who have the shiny toys and the helmets, and they were brought in to secure the interests of these juntas, not so much the interest of the people. And I think what we're going to see is something sort of cyclical, where people get, sorry, my headphones just died. Eventually people get fed up because the security situation is certainly not improving in these countries.
Thanks for that. John, go ahead.
Yeah, I just had a little bit of insight into kind of the political situation. I kind of had, like, when the Niger thing began to kind of pop off last night or midday, I kind of realized I had like no clue about anything when it came to Central Africa or West Africa, and specifically U.S. involvement, but as well as Wagner and other forces, and and radical Islamic terrorism and things like that. So I've been doing like a deep dive into it, trying to learn as much as I came across a lot of good resources. Critical Threats being one of them. Critical Threats, they work with ISW. I'm not sure if they are ISW or if they just work in tandem with them on different projects, but generally you'll see ISW repost their stuff. But Critical Threats has a great, they kind of document stuff in the Sahel. I believe the titles of their the Salafi Jihadi movement in Africa, and then they'll do like as of July 2023. That's the one that I was referencing. So some things I was able to learn there so far, right? There's been 7 coups in just Central Africa since 2020, which kind of alludes to some of the stuff you guys were talking about before. It may not directly allude to Wagner involvement, but Wagner has been involved in multiple of these countries. They also were mentioning how it kind of destabilizes the efforts to not only these countries' domestic efforts, but also foreign efforts to combat radical Islamic terrorism in these areas, right? We see ISIS affiliates and Al-Qaeda affiliates as well that work specifically in Niger, right? And so Critical Threats, they were kind of surmising that this may handicap, like I believe it was OPSEC who was highlighting all the different countries who have who are based within Niger and use this as a transportation hub and to essentially fight terrorism in that region and in North Africa. They were saying this may curtail Western efforts to fight terrorism as well. And as I was digging, I came across on LinkedIn this French, I can't remember her name, but I DM'd her, and we were kind of going back and forth. And so what she told me, this kind of alludes to some of the political developments you were talking about. I'm probably not as well versed in them as Jacoby and Exit and OPSEC was, but so what she was telling me is that apparently what she had heard, I'm not really sure where, she didn't really provide much information, but I have seen it one other place too. I can't say it was Cass's Belly, but I can't remember where I saw it. I had seen it in passing. I was swiping kind of fast. But what she had said was that Amadou was supposed to be, the colonel was apparently 2 days prior to today, he was kind of being slated by the president, by Mohamed Bazoum, to be sacked, which may have induced this kind of, it may have been like, okay, I have to do this now before I don't have a job. And she also alluded to the idea that maybe Amadou was like the last, and I forget the name you guys just said before, but he was kind of the one thing that kind of held some type of influence over Mohammed from this prior leader. And so she was talking about that too as well. And I was kind of getting mixed up in what she was saying as well, because I think there was a translation kind of difference between what she was telling me, because I was just hitting translate on what she was telling me. But she was telling me that he was supposed to be sacked about a couple days ago, and that kind of came through the pipeline, and then all of a sudden this happened, but they hadn't gone through with it. So I'm not sure if that 100% is the reason for this, but I do know that it, that's what she told me, and I've been asking her for a source, but she hasn't responded yet. She's probably asleep because she's in France, and well, I'm over here. So, but that's all I have.
Yeah, thanks for that. I know we have a couple of people who follow closely among us, but I think many of us are coming up the curve. A lot of it inspired by the engagement of Wagner, but clearly there's lots to learn about the regions. I believe it was Exit. Go ahead.
Yeah, so OPSEC, I was wondering if you could kind of outline for us, I mean, assuming everything quiets down from the coup already, that would be possibly a very good thing. But if you could kind of outline some of the security risks or other such risks in the region and for Niger specifically that could come out of this, I think that would be helpful for people to understand what to watch for next.
So in terms of security, I think the biggest question, and obviously we don't know how this resolves. I think we're going to continue to see pressure to, at the very least, release Bazoum. I think, like I said before, there are probably people like, he won, 40% of the first round vote. So there are people that support him. And so they're out there. So I think that would be a sign of good faith. We need to see what happens with the infrastructure in Agadez and Niamey. Are they just going to pack up and leave? And if so, what does that mean, especially in the border regions? Because if you look at the violence and the layout of the violence that Niger is sort of susceptible to, a lot of this is kind of spillover. They've established themselves in these border regions. That is where you see most of these violent acts, either battles, violence against civilians. They collect taxes and tolls in these towns, which is actually how they get a large amount of their funding. And this is spilling over. A lot of it is JNIM. So you have Al-Qaeda and ISIS affiliated groups that are operating through the Sahel. You also have Tuareg groups, but I haven't really seen those moving down. Are they capable of securing those areas? If they couldn't do it without or with the help of the United States, France, and these other countries, are they going to be able to have any better results? I kind of doubt it. And what I worry about is when we have these juntas, the concern for most of these juntas, they always come in saying, this is because of the security situation. Security situation doesn't really improve, or at least it hasn't, especially if we look at the most recent ones, 2020 in Mali, 2021 in Mali, the most recent one in Burkina Faso. It doesn't get better, it gets worse because they're trying to consolidate their power before they're ever going to have a chance to do anything about the violence from these jihadist groups. So I think we could easily see this spill further into the country and destabilize it further. And the problem with that is a lot of those groups that I was listing before, some of these hospitals that have been built since the 2010 coup, which was a pretty much pro-democratic coup, those people aren't going to feel safe operating there. So you could see them pack up and leave. The next thing to go might be things like embassies. There are a lot of embassies in Niamey that aren't operating in those other countries, which is going to make it very difficult to have that type of diplomatic relationship. Also, you have, is ECOWAS going to put them under sanctions like we saw in Mali and Burkina Faso? Or do they work something out where the United States and France stay and, ECOWAS kind of backs down? Can we have that egg on our face? Because that is the only place where they're really operating out of right now in West Africa. That was the hub. That's where the Roll 2 hospital was. That's where the logistics hubs were. That's, they're both drone bases, kind of losing a lot by giving those up. So does the United States acquiesce? I don't think that's a good look. So who knows? I think it's going to make it much more difficult for USAID. And again, with the embassy, if we have to pull out of that as well, for the State Department.
I'll go to Jacoby as co-host, then to John to keep sort of the conversational loop closed, and then we'll wind up with Jane. So go ahead, Jacoby.
Sure, thank you. I know things are getting kind of late, so I'll try and be brief. To John's point, I think there is some reporting that I've seen that suggests that there were accusations being leveled at the head of the Presidential Guard for mishandling of funds or some other impropriety, and that he was about to be subject to some kind of reprimand, if not removal, by Bazoum, and that may have been imminent, and the action that the Presidential Guard took today may have circumvented that or prevented it entirely. But I haven't seen any solid reporting on that. I've just seen some posts discussing it. So I don't know how accurate that is at all. And it certainly isn't. I haven't confirmed any of that. And in terms of what OPSEC was talking about, the security situation there. In my recollection and understanding of Niger's position, from the perspective of foreign engagement, particularly from the U.S. standpoint, I've seen where Niger seems to be, it seems a little bit odd, but they seem to be, as OPSEC was saying, a hub of all U.S. activity in Western Africa. So traditionally, you might find the main USAID office based in Niger, the largest embassy in West Africa based in Niger, in Niamey, and in prior coups, because there are many in just Niger alone, they're no stranger to coups. That you'd see a closing of the USAID mission there, which affects all the countries around it. And so if the USAID mission has returned to Niger, chances are they're going to have to revisit whether or not to keep it there because of a coup, and that will impact how USAID operates in all the neighboring countries. They'll have to shift offices. They'll have to shift funding and that sort of thing. And that likely is a similar, although can be quite different depending on the country, but other Western countries might have some shifting that they have to do. Although mostly U.S. relates back to, I believe, a Reagan era law that says if there's a change in a forcible change in government, particularly putting an end to a democratically elected government, that it requires the U.S. to pull out their aid organization and much of their embassy staff. But I've never seen where they close the embassy. So it remains to be seen. I would temper, just from my perspective, I temper how I see what's happened there, because it's not a surprising event to the governments and to the people who are there. And I think there's a lot to wait and see and take a look at before making any judgments about how this is actually going to play out. But I really appreciate so much. I just want to say, because OPSEC is here, and I know he's had many long days, and I so appreciate hearing from OPSEC and all, the expertise that he has, and from all the people that he works with, Cassis, Belly, and Fabian, and all of the people you ally with.
Thanks, GPB. And they might even shut down the Radisson Blue.
So we'll go to John, and then we'll go to Jane for last comments.
Yeah, I had a quick question for OPSEC. Do you see the radical Islamic terrorism kind of getting worse within the country, like exponentially? Because I think what Critical Threats kind of was saying, they were kind of saying that it's going to exacerbate the situation. I can quote exactly what they said. A successful coup in Niger would likely further strengthen Al-Qaeda and the Islamic State by preoccupying Nigerian forces, security forces, and hindering international security cooperation. Do you see that happening? Do you think that's a valid point to make?
Yeah, so I do. It's been bad, obviously, but it was getting slightly better this year if we look sort of like year over year. The caveat I would say is it's not so much operating within Niger. That's not to say that doesn't happen. But as I was saying before, it's very much located in those border regions right now. If that can creep closer to the capital, we've already seen a massive explosion. It really goes back all the way back to Gaddafi when he was unseated, and you had these jihadist groups come back to places like Mali, reignite, this years-long conflict. The Tuaregs, who were supporting Gaddafi, come back, but it has pretty much exploded, and that started before Barkhane left, but it's only gotten worse. And because of the situation that we have in Burkina Faso, where they had to evacuate whole regions of their country pretty much for these military operations, that we never really heard anything more about that. So those two countries have not been able to contain that threat. And if Niger turns inward, especially if they're not focusing on things like the borders, situation on the borders is definitely going to get worse. We're going to see more of that taxing and tolling. Keep in mind Tonga, that was part of the impetus for building up these bases in the first place for the United States. That was in a border region. So I think that situation is going to kind of be the what's the term? Bellwether, canary in the coal mine. It's already bad. It's probably going to get worse. So I do think it's not just about emboldening them. It's giving them more people who feel dissatisfied, more people to swell their ranks, more people to tax if they can continue further into the country.
Thank you, man.
Okay, and we'll go to Jane for last comments.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting situation to watch this unfold, and not surprising to hear the, I guess, Colonel Major that is now taken over was supposedly going to get sacked, and I know I heard somebody mention that he was on the outs with Bazoum, but I guess my question in all of this is the United States has invested a great deal in having access to Niger. And this has been something that's gone on for a very long time. And OBSEC, you know this far better than I do. But with the drone bases there, I think that it's going to be something that will really compel the United States to do all we can, be it diplomatically, and I would imagine that's about, well, I don't know, I would just say do all we can to try to keep a lid on things swinging in the direction of supporting any type of terrorist groups. The border region thing, just a mess, and it's been something, again, that's gone on for years, but I think, this is called hold on, folks, and see what happens. And hopefully things will not get too badly out of hand. It will strategically be very difficult to replace the drone bases. If the hospitals go, it would be unfortunate. It just would be a very unfortunate situation. And I don't know if, that just as a summary comment of what I've heard here and what I know. But thank you, guys.
I know I said last comment, but we will take the last comment from Exit.
Sorry, OBSEC, can you, just based on Jane's comments, it wasn't clear to me from your comments that it was the guard that was actually in charge right now. Could you kind of clarify on who it appears is in charge right now?
So it looks like it is a coalition. I don't have it pulled up. They've got some fancy acronym. But they basically formed this new government, suspended the Constitution, closed all the borders, got rid of air travel, put out this NOTAM. But it doesn't look like it's the Guard. So can't remember it. This is bad, but it's late. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I can't remember the name of the person who was initially sort of labeled as the person leading the coup. We saw him in the background. I have a picture where I circled the guy in red. He was sort of sidestepped in this whole thing. So it seems like it's more elements of the traditional military, not the presidential guard, that has taken control. And they say that they did this to prevent further bloodshed. So there were ultimatums, and this was the really confusing part, because just prior to that statement, about an hour beforehand, there was a statement put out by the government on that radio and TV station. And like I said, when I first saw these men in military fatigues and knew that they had been given these ultimatums, I thought for a second that the coup had failed. And then all of a sudden you realize, oh wait, that's the guy that started it in the background. So we'll have to wait and see what this actually ends up looking like. But right now it looks like it's being led by the larger FAN.
Okay. I know we're just about wrapping up. I don't want to shut anybody off, so I'll go to Christophs for one more comment. But Christophs, if you can keep it to 1 minute, that would be great, because it's getting pretty late for us.
Oh, it's early here. I just wanted to say that I'll be going to Ukraine in 2 or 3 days. We just got our car, and we're going to be dealing with a bunch of issues. My fourth trip to Ukraine will be going, like I said, to Kyiv, Odessa, then Bakhmut, and on the front lines as we go. There's going to be a bunch of pictures and everything, and I will be organizing some interviews. So if you need someone in Ukraine that you need to talk to, if you want maybe to talk to, I don't know, someone, Arestovich or Gerashenko, I'll try to get into regional governors as well. But I will certainly happy to have found you, and I'll be doing my best to help. But for the next few weeks, I'll be in Ukraine, and I'm going to be trying to, bring you the best updates that I can. And if any one of you want to, find out what's happening, please do check out my profile and keep in touch if you can help in any way or form. And if you have any questions about whom I should interview, what I should cover, because I'm going with a German movie maker guy who's making a documentary. So whatever, if you need info straight up, then I'll be there. I'll be available. And I'm really happy that I found this place. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. And it sounds like an exciting trip. We'll keep an eye on your progress, and hopefully you make some great connections there. And so with that, I'm going to say, I'll wrap up, and I'll say thank you to everybody who joined us tonight. It was a longer conversation than normal, but there were a lot of developments to cover. And I'd like to say thank you to all of our speakers. I would encourage you to check out their profiles. I think that essentially all of them have been following the war in close detail. And that many of them do interesting OSINT work. So do check out their profiles and consider giving them a follow. Thanks to OPSEC for dropping in for his expertise on the latest developments in Africa. Finally, thanks to Kitty and Jacoby as my co-hosts. Without your help, it would be extremely hard to hold these spaces. And so just a final reminder that because we're taking a vacation, we won't have our conversation on Sunday afternoon, but we will resume a week from tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern time on August 3rd. So we hope to see you there. And there is a reminder so you can set your alarm for that in the Nest. And so with that, have a great night.